Hello! We're going to be reading more Higurashi Arc 5 today. As the title should say, it's probably going to get a little bit gory because Shion does not take things well, as we've kind of established by this point. But anyway, so we should be close enough to done with the flashback that will be in present day. Or as it were, present day, present time, starting very shortly. So yeah, we're skipping the middle PNG. We're going straight into the catch-up. Continue, because we were at the end of chapter 5. Yee. Load. Continue. The day of the Meakashi Festival. June 20th, 1982. 1:40 p.m. What was I doing today? Nothing in particular. Nothing at all. I just wanted to play hooky. I woke up in the afternoon. Good for you. I ate instant food for lunch while watching boring TV programs. Good for you. I had a light headache, so I lay down on the sofa. That's not so good for you, meaning the light headache. I wouldn't wake up again if I went to sleep. Whatever. I decided to sleep. I already told Sis that Satoshi-kun had asked her to look after Satoko. I didn't have to do anything myself. I fell asleep, but my head was aching a little bit. That would be all I'd have to deal with. June 20th, 1982, 5:02 p.m. Gaunt believed the villagers frowned upon her because her brother-in-law and his wife were pro-dam activists. She surely experienced some fallout during the time of the dispute. But the people had stopped looking coldly upon her even though she assumed Oh! She was paranoid, believing that all the villagers hated her. Okay. And so she decided to hate them back. You're not helping yourself at all, ma'am. Her attitude, of course, begot hatred from the villagers. And the situation became exactly the way she thought it was from the start. You learned nothing! What came first, their poor relationship with the neighbors? Or her husband's affair? She didn't know herself. Probably the affair. Her husband claimed that he got a lover because he was fed up with her attitude. Oh. Well, that's not going to help matters. She, in turn, claimed that their relationship with the neighbors went sour because her husband had damaged their reputation. No. Only Satoshi was aware that both happened at almost the same time. Oh no, child! Their quarrels had become a daily routine now. When the husband came home late, the wife would shout at him at the entrance. Satoshi wondered why they didn't get a divorce, their marriage being as rotten as it was. But he secretly knew the reason for that, too. It was the fortune his parents had left. Oh! His aunt had hidden away their bank book and stamp and never allowed her husband to access them. So her husband would search the house for them. She'd find out he'd stole some money from her purse. This would cause yet another fight. Oh yeah, they are just so functional, this household. Satoshi had never been aware of his parents had that much money when they were alive. After their death, however, one of his relatives told him. He was informed that his parents had left a large sum of money in some bank account. Interesting. I wonder if that was from the most current stepfather. Satoshi couldn't understand why they had that kind of money because his family had been, as far as he knew, poor. Yeah, it probably came from him. It was because of the dam. It was because of the dam project. His parents probably got the money in return for their cooperation with the government. It strived to get more villagers on their side, provided information to them and whatnot. The money was probably compensation for their efforts. His aunt and uncle never had any intention to adopt them until they heard about the money. Oh, rip. After someone from the financial institution revealed its existence, they appeared to adopt Satoko and Satoshi. The couple would fight every day. Eventually, Satoshi's uncle started spending more time at his mistress's home. He realized he had no reason to return to his own home, because he'd just end up in a fight with his wife if he did. When he stopped coming home, Satoshi felt relieved. Neither their uncle nor their aunt treated the two siblings very well. Satoshi's aunt wouldn't have to vent her frustration upon them. The reason the couple fought was their corrupted relationship, so if they separated, there wouldn't be any more fights. Satoshi had thought that at first. But even after they separated, his aunt still had a short temper. Another woman had stolen her husband. Villagers must have been talking behind her back. It was mortifyingly embarrassing. Since she lost an opponent to fight, Satoshi's aunt directed her hatred toward the siblings. Satoshi had been observing her. He learned when she would get upset and how to avoid her attention. He managed to get by without upsetting her by turning a keen eye to her behavior and avoiding conflicts. But Satoko couldn't do that. She hated her aunt and didn't even try to hide it. She's a child. She doesn't know how to be subtle. Satoshi told her to behave in their aunt's presence, but her eyes were always filled with hatred. Satoshi strived to reduce the conflict between them as much as possible. He stepped in to mend their relationship. It was a heavy burden for him, though, because he was still just a boy. And that's the other thing. He's young, too. He's older than Satoko, but he's still a kid. He bore so much. He covered for his little sister. By lying and maneuvering, he tried to maintain a tangible sense of peace. But he couldn't do that forever. The relationship between Satoko and her aunt had already spiraled out of control. So she found something in the trash. Probably wasn't a legitimate place for a trash disposal. If it was, sanitation workers would come and pick it up. Passed by the street all the time, so I noticed when there were new things dumped there. It's Rana's treasure trove! I found a plain-looking desk. The kind likely to be seen in, offices. Somebody must have dumped it within the past few days. His aunt liked bringing usable trash home. She'd had Satoshi help bring a chest home just a few days ago. If he told her about the desk, she'd want it. His aunt hated to find bugs and garbage in the drawers, so she always opened them to check before carrying the things home. Satoshi opened all the drawers, all of which were empty. After that, he turned around and walked for about 5 steps. He was standing in a knee-high bush. There he laid something he'd been carrying all the time until today. It'd be very hard to find unless you knew it was there specifically to begin with. Looking satisfied, Satoshi looked around for some landmark to remember the place by. June 20th, 1982, 5:51 p.m. Hey, old pal! I see you showed up again this year. Better get ready for us. Wahaha! You're as peppy as ever. Oh? She's a newcomer? Uh-huh, this is Rana Ryugu. Don't underestimate her, she's good. No, I'm not. Nice to meet you. Yo, you too. I brought all kinds of prizes this year. There'll be a real battle to win. Try and take them all if you can. Rana tends to dote on cute stuff. Yeah, that stuffed animal looks just her type. What? Oh. So cute. I want to take it home with me. Hey, the booth isn't open yet. Wow. Stop it, Rana. He says the booth isn't open yet. You can run him into the ground once he opens it up. Oh, it's mine. I'm taking it home. Rena lost her marbles over the stuffed animal. Everybody laughed. Everybody except Satoko. She was standing there by herself, some distance from the crowd. Oh no, she's got the dead eyes again. Her eyes looked dull. Meep. What is it, Rika? Rika walked up to Satoko, smiling ear to ear in an effort to cheer her up. Forget your worries today. Let's just have fun. Satoko looked down. Even if she got to have fun today, her circumstances at home wouldn't change. Satoko, her evil aunt isn't around. I know that. So why don't you have fun? Meepa! 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 Oh, sorry, but I don't feel like it. Could you please leave me alone? Why aren't you smiling? Satoko sulkily glimpsed at Rika. She gave her a look, as though she wanted to say that Rika should know the reason. Even if she could have fun today, nothing would change between her and her evil aunt. No matter how fun the festival was. When she went home, her aunt would be there. The aunt would find something wrong with Satoko and get mad and shout at her so loudly that the neighbors would hear. How can she have fun even just for today while knowing that? Satoko didn't say it out loud. Her eyes betrayed her emotions to Rika. So, Satoko, if your suffering ends today, will you smile? Satoko gasped. She thought that Rika might do something to help. But soon after, she realized Rika was just trying to comfort her. Would her suffering end today? Because of Rika? How? Satoko knew that there was really nothing Rika could do. And so, after just one moment of freedom, Satoko fell into depression again. Rika, don't give me false hopes. Satoko. Rika's voice was clearer than Satoko had ever heard before. It's already been decided. June 20th, 1982, 8:11 p.m. Satoshi snuck out the window after supper. He heard the distant ruckus of the festival. The festival would end at 9 p.m. After the Watanagashi ceremony, there was going to be a raffle drawing. So there were two types of people in Hinamizawa. The people who would go home for dinner and the ones who would stay until the raffle was over. Either relaxing at home or still at the festival. There were only those two patterns. On top of that, there weren't many neighbors in the vicinity of Satoshi's house. What could you be planning, my guy? As a result, he found nobody on the streets. On that night, the small village seemed especially desolate. Satoshi knew it was going to be like this. But he would keep worrying until he saw it for himself. He was barefooted, but started running without hesitation. He felt as though he'd become a wild animal running on his bare feet. He got the impression that he could run faster than usual. Not only his running ability, his vision, his hearing, and his sense of smell. You are going off of adrenaline, my guy. And his senses were keener, including his sixth sense. He could almost sense the presence of people in the distance. If only when crouching like an animal. It felt strange. So he'd stepped into another world. Oh no, he really did get isekai'd! He'd been feeling tense and anxious until today, battling with his own fear. But now he felt as though he had metamorphosed into a different person. June 20th, 8:37 p.m. Like 6 minutes later. Alright, everyone. I'm going to explain how the raffle works. Please gather around the altar. The festival had reached its climax. The raffle was going to start. Both the women who were dancing and those who were waiting for the raffle gathered around the altar. This was the first time they'd had a raffle. The planning committee decided to hold one from this year onward to attract more people to the festival. At first, the prizes were things the committee members had donated, but Oryu, not appreciating how pathetic they looked, had thrown them away. Oryu took the initiative and bought a brand new TV, a washing machine, a cooling fan, and other such things for the raffle. Things people might actually really, really want to win. One second while I take a sip. The committee wanted to keep it small initially, and she said no. But it turned out big thanks to her. Oryu was upset because the committee members weren't enthusiastic enough in her opinion. Some of the members thought it would be very difficult to prepare prizes of equal value the following year, so this might be the very first and last raffle. Thanks to you, we have such wonderful prizes this year, Oryu-san. This must have cost a lot, didn't they? We can reimburse you from our budget. Buffoon, no point in reimbursing that. It was never about the money. Idiots. Now, don't say that. This raffle is all thanks to you, Oryu-san. It's not like I'm doing this all by myself. Don't be ridiculous. The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was having a tough time pacifying Oryu. All of a sudden, one of the committee members burst into the tent in a rush. He looked upset, so Kimiyoshi assumed that somebody probably got hurt in an accident. What's going on, Makino-san? I hope you're not having a heart attack. Kimiyoshi made a joke to calm him down. Makino, however, still looked tense. He whispered something to Kimiyoshi. Even without hearing the exchange between Makino and Kimiyoshi, it was plain as day it was bad news. Oryu-san, I have unpleasant news, if you don't mind. Kimiyoshi, accompanied by Makino, moved to the Oryu's side and spoke in a very serious tone. Kimiyoshi whispered during the exact same words Makino told him. Oh dear, this is bad. Ain't unexpected. What happens thrice will always happen a fourth time. That's not funny, Oryu-san. You're right, it isn't. It's just another hassle. Police are trying to identify the body. I heard that the face was completely destroyed, so it'll be difficult. Quite clear who it was, though. Do you know who it might be? Oryu glared at Kimiyoshi, then started chuckling. Idiot. It must be some impudent lad who didn't want to come to the Watanagashi festival. People who respect Oryu-sama, or Yashiro-sama, wouldn't get involved in something like that. Oryu kept laughing. Kimiyoshi and Makino didn't know how to react to that. 9:04 p.m. This is merciless. Uma-chan. Every death is merciless unless the dead wished for it. They have my condolences. How's it going over there? Did you find something that could identify the body? Forensic investigators shook their heads. Victims wearing sandals, casual clothes. They must be from the neighborhood. We should be able to identify the corpse by asking around. That's the way to do it. Section manager says the case might become classified. So be careful with that. Gotcha. Kumagai gathered some officers and gave them directions. Dr. Urie has arrived. Doctor, it's over here. The young doctor got out of the car and headed to the victim's direction. Hello. Hi, Urie. Hello, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I had to help with the raffle. You must have drunk a lot at the festival, Doctor. Are you sure that you're sober? Maybe I should run a breathalyzer test on you just to be safe. I'm fine. My assistant is driving. Clever of you. Hey, let the doctor pass. There was an area cordoned off with blue plastic sheets. An officer rolled up the sheet and let Oishi and Irie pass. Yeah. The forensic people were taking photos from many different angles. Blood splatters on the bloody sandals were left untouched, marked with chalk and indicated with a small alphabetized plates. I'm not used to seeing things like this. Irie took out a handkerchief and covered his nose. You should breathe through your mouth. Well, you might sense the smell visually, though. Yeah. The body appeared to be that of a middle-aged woman. It was soaked in blood. It looked like a middle-aged woman because of the hair and what she was wearing. The reason why no one could be certain it was a middle-aged woman was because its face was completely pulverized. This is brutal. I'm sure it was done out of malice. The victim must have been murdered right here, judging from the pattern of blood splatters around the soles of the sandals. And even though not many people take this road, the body is right in the middle of it. Unusual to see a culprit who'd bludgeoned their victim until their face was completely destroyed. Also, can you look at her arms? Why, she put latex gloves and lifted the corpse's arm. See? Spotless, aren't they? Are you saying that the victim didn't try to protect her head? That there's no signs of a struggle? Right, you are. I think the victim lost consciousness with the first blow. Then the culprit kept beating to complete the murder. The victim was probably lying face down at the time. Judging from the stains on her clothes. The body is face up now. The culprit seems to have flipped the victim over in order to smash her face, even though by that point, her death was certain. Irie looked like he was going to throw up, both because of the putrid smell and Oishi's reasoning. Smash the victim's face is clearly a sign of a grudge in my experience. It's a very profound grudge, too. That means the culprit must be someone very close to the victim. I understand you didn't call me to resuscitate her. Doctor, do you know who the victim is? If you do, I don't have to waste any time questioning the neighbors. Ray looked at the body once again. He looked away quickly and thought. Then after a while, Ray left the investigation area without saying anything. I'm sorry. I don't know. Are you sure? Oh, she smirked and looked into Irie's eyes. So Irie was hiding something. He probably is! I'm not hiding anything. Nyahaha. I guess you're still under the influence, Doctor. Maybe you'll remember when you're sober. Let me know if you do. Oh, she tapped Irie on the back. The doctor, saying he wanted some fresh air, left the scene. Kumagai returned. She saw the section managers on the radio. The one in the first car. Irie lied. Huh? Nothing. Hurry up and question the neighbors. The victim must be from this area. June 20th, 19... About 30 minutes later. Here he is. Oishi-san. Thank you for coming here this late at night. I know you have school tomorrow. I'm really sorry to bother you. No problem. Where's your father? My stepfather doesn't come home much. Uh-huh. Since when? When did he come home last? I don't know. I heard he's living with a woman who works at a club in Okonomiya or something. I don't remember exactly when, but I guess I saw him a few weeks ago. Uh-huh. Do you have your father's address? No. He's living with a woman who works at a club? You know the name of the place? No. I know it's in Okonomiya, that's all. What's your father's name? Tepe Hojo. She signaled Kumagai with his chin, who nodded while taking notes. Were your mother and father getting along well? I don't know much about that, but I don't think so. I see. I want you to tell me honestly, do you know anyone who might have been holding a grudge against your stepmother? I don't. Nah, ha. All right. Please let me know if you remember something. Here's my card. My number's on it. Okay? I might ask to see you again for further inquiries. And if you see your stepfather, please let him know that we want to contact him. Kuma-chan, drive him home, will you? Oh, no. I can get home by myself. Please let us drive you home. There's a possibility that the culprit who murdered your aunt is still roaming around the neighborhood. You might get hurt too. Thank you for your consideration. Really, I'm fine. Satoshi tried to reject the offer, but Oishi and Kumagai insisted. In the end, Satoshi was forced to accept. Turned around to leave. When Oishi spoke to him, as if he remembered something he'd forgotten to say. Bojo-san. Yes? Don't worry. It's no problem. We'll catch the culprit soon. Do you have any leads? Yes, we do. Like what? That's confidential. Yeah. Ordinary people might think that Oishi was trying to cheer the poor kid up with a joke. Well, usually people get pretty worked up when they commit murder. Though, of course, there are some exceptions. What kind of evidence do you find when the culprit's worked up? When somebody is in a very excited condition, their body shows many symptoms. Like sweat, loss of hair. We often find the culprit's hair at crime scenes. Well, this is outside, so it's a bit different, but still. Did you find some of their hair? I don't know yet. The forensic guys are searching the scene right now. I'm anxious to see what they'll bring me. Excuse me, I have to go now. Please. Kuma-chan, would you? Sure. See you again soon. Hojo-san. I'll let you know if there's any progress on the investigation. Let me know when you remember something. Let's cooperate to catch the murder of your stepmother. So, in case it wasn't obvious, Satoshi Dun did it. Sis called the morning after the Watnagashi festival to tell me that the curse had struck again for the 4th time. The victim was the evil aunt who was harassing Satoshi-kun in Satoko. Satoshi-kun's suffering would be over now, since the problem was with Satoko and her aunt's relationship to begin with. Maybe I should have celebrated, but I wasn't in the mood for some reason. Did the police have a lead on the suspect? Sis went quiet when I asked that. I don't know. Why she seems to be questioning people in the neighborhood. He thinks the culprit is somebody close to the victim. Being identical twins, Sis and I think very much alike. If I suspected Satoshi-kun of being the murderer, so would she. Because of this, I didn't have to mention the obvious. Does Satoshi-kun have an alibi for that day? Eh, I don't know. I heaved a huge sigh. You stupid. He was at the festival. Didn't you see him there? Yeah, right. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I heaved another sigh. Sis was stupid enough to forget to make an alibi for him, even though the murder of his aunt alone would raise enough suspicion. So that means he did do it? That's not important right now. The problem is whether he has an alibi or not. Well, the police are going to come here later. I'll tell them that I was with him at the festival. Sis? Lying out of the blue like that won't work. If you haven't done anything to ensure his alibi, it's too late now. Please, just be honest with them. I can't trust your acting skills. You might raise more suspicion if you make something up on the spot. Yeah, sorry. She sounded depressed. I was the one who should have been depressed. Mion usually handles things well, but she's not too good with emergencies. She has to plan? She has to fake it till she makes it? I was left worried for the future of the Sonozaki family. Mion must have been embarrassed. She soon changed the subject. I guess you haven't been able to work lately, have you? You're right, I haven't. Thanks to you. I'm sorry about that. I'll hide somewhere until tonight, so maybe you can work today? Sis had been appearing in public places during festival preparations and whatnot. As a result, I hadn't been able to pretend to be her. I hadn't been able to work. As someone who had to support myself, it was a bit of a pain. To be honest, I didn't feel like working. But I couldn't afford to be sitting around either. When I locked my apartment door before leaving, the door of the next apartment over opened and Kasai appeared. Shion-san, are you heading out? Yeah. I'm going to work. Sis gave me time until tonight. Can you give me a ride? Shion-san, wouldn't it be safe for you to take a few days off? The police seem to be staking out the main house. I don't think it's a good idea to leave. I appreciate your concern, but I have to make money to survive. Kasai might suggest he'd donate money to my cause. However, I had sworn to myself that when I started living here that I wouldn't depend on Kasai. While I don't obey anyone else's rules, I stick to my own. Kasai could tell that I was adamant in my decision. So after repeating himself a couple of times as a formal procedure, he decided to give me a ride after all. Every time we went by my uncle's store by car, we stopped at this traffic light. I knew it was going to happen again, but it still irritated me. Pedestrians passed by in front of the car. I was startled to see that one of them looked like Satoshi-kun. It was him. Though I'd spoken with him over the phone just a couple of days before, it'd been a while since I saw him last. Kasai? Sorry, but could you tell my uncle that I can't come in today? I'm getting off here. What? Shion-san. Kasai looked taken aback, but I got out of the car regardless. When the light turned green, the car behind him honked while Kasai was shouting at me, so he had to start moving. Satoshi-kun was on his bike. He was going really slowly. I caught up to him in a flash and tapped him on the back. Hello? I'm surprised to see you in Okonomiya, Satoshi-kun. If I talked to him with a smile, he might smile back. So I smiled as brightly as I could. Neon. He looked tired as always. But as I could tell, he was trying to smile back. My worry suddenly disappeared. I was certain I looked happy. I was aware of that myself, so it must have been obvious to Satoshi-kun. I don't know the circumstances, but you look happy. Aww. Yeah, I am happy. I'm happy because you look happy. When I teased him, he looked a bit embarrassed. It was like we were back in the good old days. Like 2 weeks ago. I felt even happier than before. What's going on, Satoshi-kun? Did something good happen? Not really. My aunt died, and I have to deal with the police and the neighbors. I might have asked something dumb. You seem to be okay with it, though. He frowned a bit at first, but Satoshi-kun continued smiling gently. He looked worn out, but satisfied, like he had accomplished something great. That was the mood I sensed from him. So, I was convinced. The one who killed that wicked aunt who tormented Satoko was him. I had absolutely no proof, but I knew it intuitively. So I omitted all those questions. I knew Satoshi-kun's motive for killing his aunt, and how badly he was driven into a corner. The environment and the situation he was in. And I knew Satoshi-kun's feelings. I knew all of that. So I omitted all those questions. I wanted to celebrate his release from that curse, so I smiled like nothing was different as I asked. Where are you going, Satoshi-kun? To work? That's right. I have to make a stop before that, though. A stop? Uh-huh. I have to make sure it's still there, otherwise I'll continue feeling really anxious. Conversation reminded me. The reason he started his part-time job was to buy Satoko a huge teddy bear. It was being sold at the toy store just down the street. I recalled that the teddy bear was very expensive. Satoko's birthday was right after the festival. I wasn't sure what day, though. Wait, didn't he say he quit his job? Maybe he was going to greet his ex-coworkers and clean out his locker or something. Either way, he'd be completely free very soon. Maybe he hadn't been paid yet, that's why he wanted to check if they still had the teddy bear. Maybe he was only getting paid on Satoko's birthday. When we got near the toy store, he rushed to the display window. He looked relieved that it hadn't been sold yet. Good. All right. It's still there. You earned enough money already, haven't you? Why don't you reserve it? Probably hadn't thought of that. He really did need someone to look after him. I looked into the display window over his shoulder. The teddy bear wasn't that cute, in my opinion, but it looked huge cramped in the middle of the store showcase. Really, it looked more like a display model than an item for sale. I don't see a price tag. Is it really for sale? How much is it? Yeah. I'm sure they sell it. What about the price? Does it fit your budget? It's alright, I already checked. Satoshi-kun thought I was teasing him again. He pouted and looked a little sulky. There's no problem then. Why don't you go reserve it now? Then you won't have to feel anxious anymore. We entered the store and looked for a clerk. Is anybody here? Nice. Maybe you can get it without paying. No, Mion. Stealing is bad. So is murder. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to make you laugh. Do you think I'd really do that? Yes. No, sorry. Satoshi-kun smiled apologetically. I puffed up my cheeks to tease him. It really had been a while since the last time we did this. In between those many undesirable things that happened, that I wanted to forget. But now I felt as though all those things simply vanished into the thin air around us. We are not thinking about the trauma you caused. I found an old person napping in the back. He must be the clerk, I thought. He looked to be fast asleep. Excuse me, you work here, right? I poked his shoulder, but he didn't look like he was going to wake up. When I did that, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came in. Grandpa, you fell asleep again. We have customers. I'm really sorry, you two. He's been very flaky, you know. The middle-aged woman shook the man awake and told him to go back into the living room. She went to the cash register after that. So embarrassing. So how can I help you? I'd like to reserve something. That big teddy bear in the display window? Oh, that one? Are you sure? That one's really expensive. You know that, right? Yes. I think I have enough. He'll get paid really soon, so he'd like to reserve it. The woman looked a bit hesitant at first, but she eventually wrote down Satoshi-kun's name and accepted the reservation. Satoshi-kun received a slip of paper. See? You don't have to worry about the teddy bear anymore. Yeah, I'll get paid soon, too. I feel relieved now. He would have kept coming to check every day if he hadn't done this now. He would have spent his time needlessly worrying. Satoshi-kun looked very relieved indeed. I should have done it sooner. Usually people do it right away when they want something. It's very rare for somebody not to think of that, assuming you can actually reserve the item. It's so very fun to tease him. Those painful days seemed unbelievable now. Satoshi-kun looked like he'd forgotten everything that happened up until yesterday. I don't think he did. Anyway, thanks. Satoshi-kun held out his hand to touch my head. Was he going to stroke it? I felt my face reddening already. Is it pata-pata time? Even before he touched my head, I felt tingly, remembering the last time. I didn't care about the murder or whatever else happened. As long as Satoshi-kun had his freedom, everything would be all right. I'd be content as long as we could live happily from today onward. Oh, honey. But Satoshi-kun's hand never reached my head. I slowly opened my eyes, only to realize that the situation had drastically changed. There were 4 men in suits blocking our way. It looked as though they'd been waiting for us to exit the toy store. Hello, hello. Nufufufu. The oldest of the 4 men stepped forward while smirking. I'd never met this man, but he looked like he knew both Mion and Satoshi-kun. He was probably a cop. I ran a search of information in my head, and found some right away. Good to see both of you, Hojo-san and Sonozaki-san. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this. You are interrupting head pat time. This must be Kurado Oishi, the cop who investigates the series of mysterious deaths. He thinks that the Sonozaki family is behind all the cases. In other words, he's an enemy of the Sonozaki family. He has a deep connection with other investigation divisions in the police force, and likes to nose around the business in this area. He annoys the Sonozaki family, even though enough as it is by interfering with its Yakuza business, let alone his suspicion of the series of mysterious deaths. Naturally, as the family successor, he is not a welcome figure to Mion Sonozaki. I tried to imagine how Sis would react. Oh, Oishi-san, thank you for working hard for our safety. Oh, the 4 of you, do you want to get something at this toy store? A doll, maybe? I know what they want, and it's not a toy. Probably not me either. They want Satoshi-kun. I looked at Satoshi-kun, who seemed a bit uncomfortable. The other 3 cops loosely surrounded us to prevent our escape. Hojo-san, I'd like to talk to you about something. What for? Are you taking him to the station? You don't have to go with him, Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here. I pushed on his shoulder, but as he just stood there looking pale and bewildered. Bewildered? No, he actually looked resigned. Then I recalled his mistake. It's obvious that he killed his aunt from the circumstances. You don't have to look at the crime scene. How could Mion have failed to create an alibi? Stupid Mion. She must have spoke to the police without Spoke to the police without making anything up at all. She must not have told them that she knew where Satoshi-kun was. If she hadn't done anything, the villagers wouldn't work to help her. It's just a matter of time until the police uncovered Satoshi-kun's complete lack of an alibi. The police were trying to corner him and lead him to confess. I looked at Satoshi-kun's face once again. He looked like a dead man. Probably didn't know he could refuse to be interrogated. If he was taken to the station and grilled by Oishi, he'd confess in a minute. He probably would, though. Somebody had to protect him. Nobody had ever been there for him, and that somebody was me. I had to step up now. But how? Would it be possible to alter what Mian had already told him, saying it was a mistake? That wasn't going to work. If I had more time, I'd come up with an excellent idea. But I didn't have that much time at all. To pressure him, the cops were drawing nearer. Satoshi-kun must have felt intimidated. He might end up turning himself in due to the pressure while I'm stuck trying to come up with something. I have to do something now. I have to say something. Otherwise Satoshi-kun might give in. I have to save him. As she drew nearer, Satoshi-kun fell back. It won't take much time. Come on. Don't be scared. Won't take much time. Just said it. Just said he wouldn't let him out if we caught him now. Satoshi-kun, don't give in. If you have to give in now, everything we've been working towards will have been ruined. Oh. Satoshi-kun looked like he was at a breaking point, but she was clearly aware of it. But she smirked and held out his arm to grab Satoshi-kun's shoulder. Oh, she's not gonna like this. I felt electrified when I saw that. That hand shouldn't be allowed to touch Satoshi-kun. The moment Oishi touched his shoulder, given in. Go to the police station and confess everything. You want to know his alibi? Huh? Oishi turned to face towards me. His hand left hanging in the air. I wasn't very prepared for this. I just had to stop Oishi no matter what. I only needed to gain some time. Didn't really matter what I said. That's right. I want to get Hojo-san's alibi. Haha, we must not be doing our jobs. We can't seem to confirm his whereabouts at the time of the crime. It's shameful, but we decided to question him in person. You don't have to ask him. I can confirm his alibi. Oh? Really? That helped. You already told me that you were at the festival that night, and many people can confirm it. It'd be easier if we could confirm that Hojo-san was with you. But I don't think you mentioned him when I questioned you the last time, did you? Are you going to change your statement now? Even though no one at the festival saw Hojo-san, you're going to tell me he was with you? That's right. He was with me. Wouldn't that be enough? I know you were there with other friends that night. I saw that myself. Are you still saying that you were with him? Nah-ha-ha. Isn't that a little too hard to believe? Isn't it? But she approached me with a creepy smile. Was he teasing me because my excuse sounded funny? I didn't think so. He was frustrated due to being interrupted when he was about to catch a big fish. Are you saying that you forgot that you were with him, but now you remembered you actually were? Mion Sonozaki-san? I did get a little scared, but I couldn't stop myself. I could save Satoshi-kun if I revealed my identity. I was aware of the risk. Grandma would certainly capture me. If I revealed it, I didn't think of the consequences after that. I'm not Mion Sonozaki. I didn't go to the Watanagashi festival in the first place. Huh? Satoshi-kun and I were talking in a restaurant in Okonomiya at that time. The name of the place is Angel Mart. You can confirm it with the owner if you want. She was still smirking, but he apparently felt confused. What are you saying? If you aren't Mion, then who are you? I'm Shion Sonozaki, Mion's twin sister. Pleasure to meet you, Oishi-san. Oishi looked perplexed, like he didn't believe what I'd said. Frowned. I didn't know Mion Sonozaki had a twin sister. Are you trying to fool me? Not at all. Why don't you check my family register? Or whatever. Should I call Sis? All the cops looked bewildered now. Shion Sonozaki-san? Yes, that's me. Is there anything wrong? Can you come with us? If you testify like that you were with Hojo-san that night, I'll have to talk to you too. Sure thing. Please go easy on us. Cops gathered in their car and started discussing something. Looked like they never expected this to happen. I hope to be able to fix Satoshi-kun's alibi for at least a little while. Shouldn't be too difficult to talk to Sis about this, and forge up an alibi together. Satoshi-kun, tell them you were chatting with me at Angel Mort that night, no matter what they ask, okay? I'll confirm your alibi. Tell them you don't remember that night too clearly, or maybe you should just keep silent. Satoshi-kun wore a startled expression. While I was telling him something important, he apparently decided not to listen. The fact that he was like, oh, she's a twin is probably a little shocking for his golden retriever brain. Can you hear me, Satoshi-kun? You can't mess this up, okay? Okay. He must have been feeling deceived. No wonder. I just confessed to him that I wasn't Mion, but her twin sister. Really had been deceiving him. Are you upset? Why? Because I've been fooling you. Satoshi-kun started laughing. I didn't know why he'd laugh. Because he wasn't the type of person who would laugh in order to hide something. I finally understand why you were weird sometimes in class. I'd been thinking it was a bit strange. Aren't you upset? That I've been fooling you? Satoshi-kun looked puzzled. It was like he didn't know whether he should be upset about it or not. Or maybe he was only pretending to be that way. So this is the first time we've met, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Okay. How do you write your name? The characters for poetry and sound. Shion. Huh? Huh? That's a beautiful name. Could you please come with us to the station? We can get you instant coffee or tea if you'd like. Alright, notebook page 29. Covered for a murderer. Either Satoshi-kun was smart or very lucky. Oops, wrong button. Or maybe it wasn't him. The police found nothing at the crime scene to indicate his involvement in the murder. Yet Satoshi-kun was still the prime suspect. Considering his home environment, they had a strong enough motive. He had no alibi. Police had everything other than physical evidence. It wasn't surprising that Oishi took a chance. He probably didn't expect me to step in. What I did was too little to avert his suspicion of Satoshi-kun. Oishi believed that Satoshi-kun did it. He was waiting for Satoshi-kun to fall apart and confess. That's what both Oishi and I were thinking. That hypothesis was destroyed later on. I'll not talk about it now, but Oishi's theory will be disproven and the police will be thrown into shock. A question comes to mind. That is, who saved Satoshi-kun? I can only think of one possibility, that the Sonozaki family invented the culprit. Which tells me that Mion wanted to protect him too. End of chapter 6. The cops were smart enough to separate us during questioning. Oishi didn't come talk to me. His name was Satoshi-kun and nobody else. I got a young cop who just talked about ordinary things. He must have been trying to ease me into the interrogation. When I realized the clumsy way he spoke began to frustrate me. Satoshi-kun alright? I didn't think Oishi really bought my testimony. He must have been trying to get Satoshi-kun to confess in spite of that. All I could do was pray that he'd keep quiet. Phone on the desk rang, and the cop picked it up. This is Kumagai. Oh, so Kumagai is much younger. Okay. What? Alright. I understand. Right away. He hung up and told me somebody had come to retrieve me. Looked like Satoshi-kun had to stay. We were going to continue the interrogation just because nobody... Were they going to continue the interrogation just because he had nobody to come pick him up? Although maybe I should have been worrying more about myself. The hag had probably heard about me now since I revealed my real identity to the police. I couldn't hide any longer. I was going to receive some sort of punishment. This might get squicky. I don't know how many of you are actually here, but this might get squicky. I had no idea what she'd end up doing to me. The degree of punishment for a traitor is always severe in the world of the Sonozakis. Punishment must be carried out. It's to protect the family's reputation. It's carried out no matter what. Maybe I should kiss my pinky finger while I still can. Oh, honey, you have no idea. I asked the young cop just in case. Hey, did you know that, in America, if a condemned criminal gets arrested in a state which has banned capital punishment, they'll refuse to surrender him to the state prosecuting him if that state hasn't banned it? Shion, why do you know this? Huh? Maybe it's too difficult for him. Just looked puzzled. A glossy black car was waiting for me in front of the police station. Wrong button again. A few men from my dad's office bowed to me. It's been a long time, Shion-san. Where's Kasai? Kasai has been helping me ever since my escape from school. They wouldn't allow him to walk free. How's Sis doing? Does she have something to say about this? We were only told to bring you to the main house. Please ask her when you get there. After saying that, they escorted me into the car. Men sat on either side of me. Obviously, they didn't want me to escape. Thinking of Satoshi-kun, I looked back at the police station. Hold on tight, Satoshi-kun. I'll grin and bear it too. Car started off roughly. Hello! I'm glad to see you. How are you doing? It was never a good occasion when I went to this house. Except when Mion and I were really small, oblivious of what the Sonozaki name meant for us. Just scoot that over. I'd been here when I was attending a boring family council. The car parked behind the house. Oh, cool. What are you making? Like, what kind of mask? Traders aren't allowed through the main gate. I got out of the car. Looked like Sis would be the only person to receive me. I almost spoke to her casually, but her cold gaze froze me before I could. It's been a while, Shion. I never expected to see you other than on New Year's. Gave me the chills to hear her greet me with that cold manner. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mion-sama. I feel overjoyed to have the chance to see you, other than on New Year's. I responded, trying to sound likewise. Our leader is deeply upset. I wonder how you'll explain yourself. Oh, cool! Which book series, if you don't mind me asking? I have nothing to explain. I had no excuse. I'd escaped from school solely because I couldn't stand it there. That was all. Shion, come this way. Everyone's waiting for you. Ian escorted me and the others followed. We went to the garden, not to the house. As we passed through the huge yard in the woods, I realized where she was taking me. When we were little, we were told never to go near these woods. I had a vague idea what was in the back of them. I'd heard there was a hidden entrance to an underground torture room where they used to punish the enemies of the family. The more hideous rumor I heard about the family, the more credible those rumors seemed. While I wasn't completely certain about that, I never expected to see the torture room for myself. Like I said, this might get a little bit squicky. We came to a conclave clearing in the middle of the woods. I saw a metal door at the bottom. The door reminded me of a bomb shelter. So, this is the underground torture room, huh? Oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting premise. I was surprised to hear my own voice. My voice was trembling. It made me realize that I was more scared than I thought. Nobody answered my question. The very air felt tense. According to the family rules, one of the twins must be eliminated. Was I finally going to be eliminated? I'm still going with the theory she barfed on Grandma, and Grandma was like, she's got spirit, she can live for now. I realized I'd been underestimating my punishment. I hadn't been aware of the real terror until now. Until I just thought I was. Beyond the steel door, the air had an intimidating smell. This was really happening to me. Are you gonna commit to the jump? Hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. I shouldn't allow myself to give into fear. Oh, no. No keyboard. No keyboard for you. I felt like saying something rude, but my lips were dry. My fingers were fidgeting. No. Come here. You can still come here. You can't go tappity tap on the keyboard right now. Hi. I was escorted through a narrow hallway and down a few sets of stairs. There, I saw another huge steel door. So this was the place. It was spacious and utterly odd-looking room. The room had two sections that looked completely different. One side looked like a lounge. I saw several high-ranking members of the family council sitting on cushions there, looking expressionless. The other half was tiled, as if in a large public bath. It was already puzzling enough. What is this sound design? And there were those things. To be honest, they'd captured my attention from the moment I arrived. I noticed them even before they saw the lounge in this tiled space. I didn't want to accept that they existed. I couldn't stand straight. I almost dropped to my knees. Ooh, nice. Always a good name for a character. But I couldn't. Two young men had been holding me by the arm since I got here. There were oddly shaped things hanging from the wall. I was just refusing to recognize what they were. I knew exactly what they were called. I see. I understood that. Well, both things are valid. I understood those eerily shaped objects were torture devices from hell. Damned fools, how dare you return? The hag sitting on the front of the lounge intimidated me in a horrid voice. She kept cursing me for a little while. She was so incensed that I could barely tell what she was saying. I knew what she was trying to say, though. The hag was willing to forgive my escape from school, but once I revealed my identity to the police, she had to step in. Since I disobeyed the family rule, she, as the leader, was forced to punish me. Moreover, there was one thing that bothered her more than anything else. The fact that I had covered for Satoshi-kun. The Hojo family had been seen as traitors to the village ever since the dam conflict. Satoshi-kun was still considered one of them. She couldn't accept that I was connected to him. To me, this was all a bit unexpected. I'd escaped from the school the hag put me in. All the while, I believed that was what she was upset about. But in fact, she said get back here, Tab. She was the most uncomfortable with my connection to Satoshi-kun. Couldn't believe this. Of course, I knew that Satoshi-kun's family was persecuted for their betrayal. But I didn't think that Satoshi-kun was also burdened with that responsibility. He has nothing to do with that. I understand that his parents were ostracized, but he shouldn't be. Shut the hell up. Yeah, he and his sister. The hag interrupted me with a shout which made me cower in fear. She continued slandering the Hojos, said that Satoshi-kun was a cursed child. I started feeling pissed off. What did he do to deserve this? What was he being blamed for? It was too late when I realized I'd said that out loud. The old hag looked furious. I'd obviously upset her. I decided to repeat myself, to make it very clear how I felt. What are you saying, you old hag? Everything you've spouted is nonsense. Huh? Who the hell do you think you are who the hell do you think you're talking to? Shut the fuck up and let me finish. I shouted loudly to silence the hag. What the fuck do you know about Satoshi-kun? How could you talk to him like he knew he was some pest when you didn't know anything about him? Ah, a medium-sized character. Those are always fun. I know how sweet he is. You don't like him because he's a Hojo? How fucking stupid is that? Is even your brain archaic or what? That is an interesting sentence. You hate the fact that Sonozaki is with a Hojo that much? That's not just stupid, that's beyond stupid. Oh, honey. Why, I never expected to feel like Juliet. Oh, honey, no. My voice became hoarse from shouting. My face was messy with tears. Even so, I didn't feel like putting a stop to my emotional explosion. I was all too aware that I was doing this just to overwhelm my fear. The hag was glaring at me while breathing heavily. I glared back at her as fiercely as I could. Eventually, I realized that her sticking point was my relationship with Satoshi-kun. She wasn't only upset that I had a mere connection with him. I see. Looks like Mion mentioned that too. It was as though Mion was wearing a mask. She didn't budge under my penetrating gaze. That was what the hag was really unhappy about. The fact that I was in love with Satoshi-kun. I don't give a shit about his family background or my own. Yeah, I'll admit that I'm in love with him. I love Satoshi Hojo-kun. I love him so much. Is that so wrong? Do you need a reason to love somebody? I could see the relatives shaking their heads in turmoil. There's gonna be an ad break in like 2 minutes, so I'm gonna stop and take a drink. Or wait, no, it's saying that it's gonna be a minute. Still taking a drink, though. Among them, I saw my mom. She must have been trying to protect me. But even she wouldn't look at me. Instead, she looked silently at the floor. Did you guys in the back hear me? Am I wrong? You'd know how sweet Satoshi-kun is in an instant if you bothered to get to know him. How can you put him down without... Mion held out a hand to silence me. Then she slowly walked in my direction. That's enough, Shion. I understand what you wanted to say. Mion put her head close to mine and whispered. I'll wait. While this is going on, I'll do a little adjustment, a little stretch, all that good stuff. Mion put her head close to mine and whispered, Shion, I know how you feel, but you can't go back after coming this far. You have to pay for what you did. What did I do? Why me? That's ridiculous. Shion. Mion's face turned cold again, and she calmly told me, You're probably right, but this is Hinamizawa, and we are Sonozakis, as I'm sure you understand. We are the leaders of the three families. And you are the twin sister of the successor, Mion Sonozaki. Yet, I interrupted her. We haven't agreed on the matter ever since I came back. You're full of this reputation shit. Welcome back from ads. Shion is not having a good time. Hinamizawa? The Sonozakis? So what? I don't give a fuck about. Listen. Mion interrupted me just like I did her. Yep, so Mion was basically saying, try to calm down. Shion did not calm down. How many people did you depend on to start your new life in Okonomiya? Chill shot through my spine. Kasai-san is in the cell in the back. What? Why Kasai? I knew why, of course. The moment I got caught, those who helped me were destined to meet the same fate. We were all subject to the punishment of betrayal. Maybe my punishment would be lighter than what they'd go through. Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro must have been treated much worse than this. Everybody who helped me was falling victim. I know that you are prepared for your punishment, but have you ever thought of the consequences that Kasai-san and Uncle Yoshiro will have to face? My head rapidly cooled down. My aggression was all used up. I should be able to bear with whatever punishment they bring on me. But I resented the fact that I'd be putting the people who were supporting me at risk. Shion, apologize to Granny. If you do, the others won't have to suffer. All right? But Mion, did I really do something wrong? Was any of what I did that bad? The moment Mion learned that I wasn't willing to apologize, her expression turned cold again. She turned her back to me and returned to the lounge. I talked back to the hag in a really harsh manner. Told her that I didn't do anything wrong. Yet I involved many people who I owe so much. It went without saying this was my responsibility. I was the sole person to blame, and no fault lay with them. Yes, Kasai and Yoshiro-san were blameless, just as Satoshi-kun was. But, as if she read my mind, Mion turned around and gave a slight nod. It was possible that something was going to happen to Satoshi-kun, on top of Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro. Wait, sis! That can't happen. Satoshi-kun, I mean, nobody else should be punished. Please forgive them. What is it, Shion? Tears rolled down my cheeks. I no longer cared about my pride. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I should have said what the hag wanted to hear. Yet, she still looked unsatisfied. Maybe that wasn't too surprising. I just denounced her so badly in front of the relatives. She wouldn't forgive me so easily. Just then Mion spoke as the successor. So, Shion, how do you propose to pay for this? Pay? What do you want me to do? Nothing could be scarier than being told to pay up when standing next to horrid-looking torture devices. I was completely terrified. Couldn't move from trembling. Mion saw that and whispered to my grandmother. The hag nodded. Mion summoned young minions and gave them an order. He removed one of the torture devices hanging from the wall. Then set a table in front of me and put the device on top of it. What is this? It's a tool for removing fingernails. Do you know how to use it? No way. I shook as I stared at the tool. Like I said, this might get squicky. It looked like a giant nail clipper. You probably put the part that looks like a beak between your finger and fingernail, pulling them apart as you squeeze the handle. Chills ran up and down my spine when I imagined that. Each fingernail represents one of your responsibilities. Shion Sonozaki. No matter which ones you choose, you must remove 3 nails yourself. 3? 1 for Kasai, 1 for Uncle Yoshiro, and the last one for Satoshi-kun. It was a fairly reasonable number. Will you really not punish the others? Promise me. Please let them go if I do this. This is punishment, not a negotiation. If you don't like the procedure, I'll do it. Yeah, considering? Just give me a second. I'm doing it. Put the device on my little finger while shaking badly. If my fingernails were shorter, it would have been harder. The metal beak captured my little finger beautifully. Subordinates then stabilized my left hand with a different restraining tool. That seemed reasonable because my fingers would slip out if they weren't restrained like that. As the subordinates buckled up the leather straps, I realized this was really happening. There was no escape. Somewhere in my mind I'd been thinking that they might forgive me after just the gesture alone. Oh, honey, no! You think you're high and mighty, but you're not that high and mighty. I shouldn't have been so naive. The emotions I'd been holding back appeared in forms of tears kept rolling down my cheeks. It's like my feelings were being squeezed out until the very last drip. Something even more horrifying followed this. It's the silence that awaited my next action. So, what should I do now? One of the subordinates pointed at the handle and told me to either squeeze it or hit it. He recommended that the latter would be easier to make it quick. Nobody said anything after that. There was nothing to hear but the sound of my sweat dripping to the floor. The onlookers were staring at me silently, waiting for me to execute my punishment. Both the hag and Mion. They were also anticipating it. I could refuse, but that would mean I wouldn't be paying up. The punishment exists to offer payment in exchange for the safety of those who helped me. If I refused, they would suffer. I started breathing heavily. I knew that if I did this, the others would go free. This was, if you thought about it, quite a good deal. All things considered? Yeah? If it weren't me, it wouldn't just be 3 fingernails. If it were Kasai, he'd have to sacrifice his little finger or something even worse. I knew that. It was my selfish desire to get away from that school. Why did Kasai have to suffer because of that? I knew that. Why did Uncle Yoshiro have to suffer because he provided me with a job? I knew that the hag and the other relatives still hated the Hojos. So I didn't know what they did to Satoshi-kun if I didn't do this. They bring Satoshi-kun here and tell him to do the same? I know, right? It's just be like, just deep breath, do it. Would they tell him to remove his fingernails in exchange for forgiving me? He'd do it. He'd sacrifice himself with no hesitation in order to save others. My sweat dropped into the table, through my nose. I'd do it, yes. Only 3 fingernails. Might hurt a lot, but I wouldn't die. The fingernails would grow back. And that's the other thing, the fingernails will grow back. It wouldn't even leave a huge scar. I shouldn't be afraid. The punishment was minimal because it was me. I refused to do this, and the others would be punished much more severely. Then do it, Shion Sonozaki! I couldn't let that happen to Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Satoshi-kun. I was the only one who should be punished. So I just needed to bear the pain. I wasn't just breathing heavily anymore. I was also moaning faintly, ready to scream at any moment. That's right, make it quick. This wasn't torture, so I didn't have to prolong the moment of pain. I should do it in one swift blow. That way my pain and fear would also be minimalized. I raised my right arm. Quickly. The pain would be lessened if I did it in one stroke. It'd be much more painful if I messed up. Aha! Ah! I held my breath. I felt as if my body was frozen. I was choking the chills that crept up my spine. Don't be afraid, Shion. Fingernails are just a tiny fraction of the whole body, just 1 square centimeter. I could do this. I could bear it. Oh! I smacked my right hand into the handle of the device. I sensed the noise through my body instead of through my ears. At the same time, I felt a pain I'd never experienced before. A moment later, the pain pulsated with my heartbeat. Oh! I clenched my teeth. I felt like my teeth were cracking. I tightly shut my eyes, till my eyeballs got squeezed up. The pain wouldn't fade. Rather, it swelled with my blood pressure. It felt as though it was bloating like a balloon. Your adrenaline is just going, my girl. Yeah. Timidly, I opened my eyes. I found that my little finger wasn't really drenched in blood. It was bleeding, but not much. Certainly not enough to explain how much it hurt. It was probably the pressure what's hurting the most. My fingernail was open, just like the hood of a car. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was overwhelming. It occurred to me that I'd only done 1 of 3. Did I have to repeat this 2 more times? Yes! Did I have to remove the nails from my ring and middle finger as well? Yes! I looked at the hag and Mion begging for mercy, but they were just silently staring at me, as if the show had only just begun. I saw no hint of mercy in their eyes. They wouldn't be changing their minds. Since they said it was 3, it had to be 3. They wouldn't forgive me until I removed 2 more fingernails. Mion, look, isn't this enough? No! It really hurts, you know that? That's not what she said, Shia! You see that in my eyes, don't you? It really hurts! Mion answered, still wearing a cold look. You can't keep going? Shion? She didn't mean that it was sufficient. What she meant was the others would have to take the remaining punishment if I didn't. I knew that. I really did know. I'll do it. This is easy. You sadist. This doesn't scare me. This doesn't hurt. Ah! I quickly moved the metal beak and set it on my ring finger, and smashed it with no hesitation. Instead of making it quick, maybe I was just rushing out of fear. I'd messed up. The torture tool had clipped just the tip of my fingernail. Pain, however, was equal. I couldn't believe I'd only chipped it. Did I have to do it again? Did I have to continue removing the nail from my ring finger? That much pain again? Again? Shion? No, don't do it. I don't want to do it. I couldn't bear it anymore. I started crying shamelessly. I can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Forgive me, please. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They didn't seem to hear my voice. It felt as though there was an invisible barrier between us. They showed no mercy. They were just here to witness the ritual. So rather than sympathetic, they looked amazed at my screw-up. Man walked up to me and whispered to my crying face, Shion, there's just a bit more to go. Hang in there. No. I can't do this. It really hurts. It really does. Oh. Mion shook her head and then signaled the subordinates. They came for me from behind. They covered my head with something like a knit cap. It was a blindfold. One of them pinned me in a Nelson hold, restricting my movement. No, stop it! No! I couldn't I couldn't overpower the guy behind me. Then I felt something strange on my left hand. The other guy was doing something with the torture tool. He put the metal beak between my ring finger and its fingernail. No! Mom! Help me! Mom! Ah! My left hand was being fixed in the restraint, so I couldn't put up much of a protest anyway. But even if the left hand was pressed down by his rough palms until it hurt, robbing it of its freedom even to tremble. They had no hesitation. It was made very clear to me how merciless people could be. Robbed of my vision, all I could do was clench my teeth against the pain assaulting me. If there was anything I was thankful for, it was that he was well practiced and had ripped off both of my fingernails cleanly. Pain and screaming might induce narcotic chemicals in the brain. While screaming, I started losing consciousness. Moving on from that scene. I woke up. My memories were missing. I couldn't remember how I got back to my room. I held my head with both hands. My left hand was bandaged. The fingers that had their nails removed had swollen like hot dogs. I'd paid with those 3 fingernails for what I did. The hag had said something after the punishment, but I didn't remember any of it. I was taken to the hospital in Okonomiya. The car shook on its way, adding extra pain on top of what I already felt. Somebody gave me some aspirin. It worked just like they said on TV. They didn't last for more than 10 minutes. I swallowed the pills without water. While I was spacing out in the waiting lounge, Sai showed up. Phew! He probably came to check to see if I was alright. I obviously wasn't. He must have understood that from my bandaged left arm dangling from my shoulder. Sai, on the other hand, looked just fine. At least, on the outside. I was relieved that my sacrifice had meant something. Sai didn't say anything. I couldn't tell if he wanted to tell me something or not because he was so emotionless. Kasai? Yes? Paused shortly before answering. I could tell he was upset. I didn't regret my revealing my true identity in order to protect Satoshi-kun. But I hadn't wanted Kasai or Uncle Yoshiro to be hurt. I'd been contradicting myself. You know how Uncle Yoshiro's doing? No. I'm sure he's alright. Because he's strong. So you should apologize to him. Okay. I wanted to ask him about Satoshi-kun, too. I wondered if he was captured or harassed by the Sonozaki family because of me. But I was hesitant to ask Kasai. After all, I'd chosen Satoshi-kun over them. Was Satoshi-kun alright? I hoped he wouldn't get caught or incarcerated somewhere. I paid the hospital bill and Kasai gave me a ride home. I finally realized that somebody was knocking on my door. Shion-san, it's not healthy to sleep so much. It was Kasai. Put some side dishes on the table, and we started nibbling at them. How do you feel? Depressed. Have you been resting? Have you been eating? I've been eating this stuff left on the fridge. Otherwise, I've either been sleeping or staring at the ceiling. It's been 3 days. I've just been lying down since then. I woke up every now and then my shallow sleep, but I didn't feel like getting up or thinking. I felt like I'd just been floating the whole time. My appetite was gone, but it came back with the smell of food Kasai brought. I wasn't able to think about anything to talk to Kasai about, so I just ate silently. I got a call from Mion-san yesterday. She was saying she called you a few times, but never got through. The moment I heard Mion's name, I felt my wounds throb. But I didn't stop Kasai, who continued. Because you paid up, the family decided to close the matter. You will officially withdraw from St. Lucia's and transfer to a school in Okonomiya. I finally acknowledged my right to make my own decisions, huh? Indeed. They said you could live as yourself now, under a few conditions. You will stay away from Hinamizawa. You won't pretend to be me on Sonozaki. You won't show up in public places, and so on. This means, in exchange for acknowledging me, they don't want me to hang around. That's correct. Of course, it's only temporary. Until things cool down. There's no set duration, but I think you should stay inconspicuous for through at least the end of the year. Be good enough just to live in Okonomiya quietly. The way it was before. So I put on a sad smile. I smiled back at him likewise. Before the conversation ended, I should ask him what I wanted to know. How's Satoshi-kun doing? I wish that Kasai would assure me of his safety right away. But he didn't answer like that. Kasai, is he alright? Shion-san. Kasai put his chopsticks down. The family wants you to forget about him. What? Shion-san. I don't want to get in an argument with you, so I will not go into the details. I'm only relaying to you what your family wants. What are you talking about? What details, Kasai? Kasai pretended as though he didn't hear me and started eating again. I'd never see him again. I'd never seen him get so stubborn like this. The Sonozaki family has been using the Hojo family as a scapegoat. They must have concluded that the Sonozaki shouldn't be in love with the Hojo. I didn't like that. Stoka is a friend of Mion at school. Would it be okay if Satoshi-kun and I were the same gender? Anyway, if I did something conspicuous again, they might do something to him for real. Just like they forced me to remove my own fingernails. The Sonozaki family wouldn't hesitate. They'd torture him if need be. And I don't think that poor boy would manage against torture for 2 seconds. I think he'd just faint. Maybe if I really loved him, I should stay away. Satoshi-kun wouldn't show up in Okonomiya. Unless he rejoins the Hinamizawa fighters. I'd have to pretend to be Mion if I wanted to go to Hinamizawa. But I didn't think she'd cooperate with me. Even if she did, it'd be sometime down the road. Even if they told me not to see him. I already had no means of doing that again. Oh, wait. Mion gave me his number a little while ago. I could call him, and maybe ask him to meet up with him secretly. But if I got caught again, they wouldn't cut me any slack. Should I risk it? What the hell did I even want from Satoshi-kun? Kasai, can I be alone for a moment? So I started putting away his food in a rush, assuming that I wanted him to leave. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Take your time and finish your food. I just want to take a walk. You can't lock this place up if I don't step out with you. So I quickly put away his meal and followed me out. Just to be clear, I'm not going out to see Satoshi-kun, alright? I see. I turned around and started walking. My destination was rather pathetic. It was the toy store that sold that giant teddy bear. Couldn't deny that I was somewhat expecting Satoshi-kun to pass by there. I couldn't stop myself from looking at the faces of passbyers who resembled him. I looked into the store's window. The teddy bear was gone. Congrats, Satoshi-kun. Looks like you were able to buy it. His evil aunt had died and his wicked uncle was living with his mistress. Satoshi-kun has succeeded in filling his duty as a big brother by buying his little sister that huge teddy bear. There was nobody left to hurt him. He was free from his tiresome efforts. He was completely free from pain. Over time, he'd retrieve his smile. and he'd go back to being the Satoshi-kun I love. But I wouldn't be there with him. Honk honk. I heard a car honking. I didn't think it was honking at me at first. It was so persistent, but I had to look up. The person waving at me in the front of the car was Irie. He was waving at me, all carefree, oblivious to my feelings. Sonozaki-san! Long time no see! Oh, are you meeting up with Hojo-san? No, I'm not. I know he looks into that store window all the time, so I assumed you were expecting him here or something. No, I'm just passing by. Looks like he was able to buy that teddy bear. Irie seemed to know about the teddy bear as well. He smiled upon seeing the empty display space. Yesterday was Satoko-chan's birthday. He must have celebrated it with that teddy bear. Doesn't have to work so hard anymore, huh? Indeed. Did he turn in his resignation for the Hinamizawa fighters? Oh, does that even exist? I never received one. Did you, Sonozaki-san? No, I didn't. So that means he still belongs to the team. I think he'll be back after things have settled down. But I know he'll be sad if he doesn't see you there. Irie teased me. He's a grown-up after all. He must have been trying to sound optimistic because he knew I was feeling a bit down. You can come back to the team anytime you want. It might as well be empty without you. I'm thinking of providing you a maid costume once you come back. Go jump in a lake. I burst out into laughter. Irie sure hadn't changed. Oh, I almost forgot. I can tell you my name now. Sorry, Coach, I was lying about my identity. I'm not Mion. I'm her twin sister Shion. I've been pretending to be her for a few reasons. What? You're Mion-san's twin sister? He was totally taken aback. I burst into laughter. Yes, I am Shion Sonozaki. I'm forced to live quietly because my grandmother hates me, though. I never realized that Mion-san had a twin sister. Same here. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted us. The voice sounded mean and greasy, unlike Irie's. It was him, Oishi. Hello, Dr. Irie. Thanks for your cooperation last night. Don't mention it. I wasn't much of help. They were just going through the motions. It was obvious that they hated each other. Irie whispered to me. I'm leaving now. Do you want to get in my car? I can drive you home. Irie figured that Oishi was after me, so he was giving me a chance to slip away. Looking into Oishi's face, it was clear his focus was on me, not Irie. Probably intended to interrogate me until my testimony broke. I was sure that I could talk my way out of it, but it'd just be a waste of time. All right, Coach, let's get going. Oh, are you two going somewhere together? Don't be weird about it. Yes, we're on our way to get some stuff for the team. We have to drop by a few places, so will you excuse us? Irie bowed, and I followed suit. I had to admire how good he was at lying. He's a grown-up after all. Oishi seemed to know it was a lie. But he didn't have a warrant, so he couldn't stop us. I moved to get into Irie's car. How are your wounds, Shion Sonozaki-san? I gasped when I heard that. Girl, you still have a... My left hand was bandaged. It was so unsightly. So I'd kept it in my pocket. Girl, it's not that hard to figure out that you hurt your hand. There was no way Oishi could have been able to see it. Girl! Denial! Your hand is probably really, really swollen. I'm pretty sure he can see it. They'll heal with no problems if they don't get infected. I tore my fingernails off a couple of times myself when I was a kid. But look, they're beautiful now. They look beautiful now, don't they? Okay, how do you know that? Okay, like 12 seconds. Okay, cool. Looks like the ad is done. Men's fingernails shouldn't look beautiful. That gives me the creeps. Oishi scratched his head and chuckled. He's supposed to be one of the best cops in the Okonomiya PD, and he knows about all the underground activities in the region. He must have heard about my payment from somewhere. Still, that happened in the secret basement of the Sonozaki household, as you do. I couldn't underestimate this guy's sources. Thank you for your kind words. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Shion Sonozaki-san. Why don't we get coffee together sometime? No. What? Are you hitting on me? If you'd like. No, sorry. Time flies. Can't waste any of that precious time on things that don't interest me. Bye. You got me there. How about this then? You can leave any time if you get bored talking to me. I won't stop you. How does that sound? Bye. I don't mind talking, but I won't talk back. I doubt you could call it a conversation. Yes, that'd be fine. You can just listen. And I'll talk. You can just listen to an old man ramble while sipping a cup of coffee. He was being strangely persistent. I didn't like that he was trying to poke holes in my statement. What would he even talk about? I was a bit curious, even though I was still skeptical. Coach, I think I'll go with this old man instead. Shion-san. I winked at him and told him not to worry. He didn't insist. He got in the car and drove off. She backed his car up so I could get in. I hopped in the back seat since I didn't want to sit next to him. Are we really going to a cafe? If you could direct me to one, with no connection to your family, that'd be great. Why don't you just take me to the station, then? She carefully checked the oncoming traffic and started driving. She took me to the police station as I thought he might. If he had taken me to a nice cafe, he would have scored some points. But whatever. I thought it'd be more convenient if we came here. You can still go home if you get bored. Try your best not to bore me, then. You want me to get into the station hand in hand with you? She chuckled and got out of the car. He escorted me inside the station. I thought he'd take me to an interrogation room, but instead he took me to an office of the investigation division. Officers in both suits and uniforms were working at their desk answering phones. There was a desk with a plate that said section manager nearby, and there were couches and a table. She told me to sit on the couch and started making some instant coffee. I'd never been up to this part of the police station. I'd looked around in curiosity. Did you think I would take you to an interrogation room? She brought over a tray with coffee cups on it. You're treating me better than I expected. I thought you'd whip me or something. My taste doesn't run that way. Nyahaha. So? I thought you wanted to talk. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. Are you in love with Satoshi Hojo-san? What? It's getting boring already. I'm going home. Okay, please forget that. She must have known why I had to remove my fingernails. He wasn't trying to confirm that I liked Satoshi-kun, but he was really saying what he already knew. I already talked to Detective Kumagai about Satoshi-kun's alibi that day. Of course, I read Kumagai's report. I know you were with him. I'll just repeat the same statement no matter how many times you ask. Don't think you can poke holes in it. No, that's not what I want. You're a smart person. I know that wouldn't work on you. I wonder what you're after. You're wasting your time if you want information on Satoshi-kun. There's nothing more to talk about. This is boring me after all. I'm going home. Since that was our agreement. Excuse me. I got up off the couch. Shion-san. I did want to get Satoshi-san's alibi from you. I'll admit it. That's it then. It's boring. I'm going home. Turned around and started walking. Oshi-san didn't get anxious, but instead spoke a little louder. But Shion-san, what I want to ask you about is his alibi for yesterday. Not the day of the murder. His alibi for yesterday? Why? What does that have to do with his aunt's death? It's because Satoshi-kun has been missing since then. What? Didn't you know that he went missing? I couldn't say anything, but my expression answered Oishi's question anyways. What's going on? Missing? What? Why don't you take a seat? What do you mean Satoshi-kun's gone missing? What the hell? We only know about one thing for sure. He withdrew all of his savings at an ATM in the Okonomiya post office before 3 p.m. yesterday. We don't know his whereabouts after that. I knew why he withdrew that money. He wanted to buy Satoko's birthday present. Yes, he definitely bought that teddy bear yesterday. This is just my guess, but I think he skipped town with that money. You mean he used that money to run away? That's stupid. He was saving it to buy Satoko's birthday present. He bought a big expensive teddy bear from that toy store. He never used that money to skip town. Yes, the most expensive bear in that toy store was sold. But we can't confirm that it was Satoshi-kun who bought it. Why don't you ask the clerk? Satoshi-kun and I reserved that teddy bear together. I had a bad feeling. That old man who was watching the store was sleeping when he was there. He looked very senile. Maybe he was also watching the store on the day, and even though Satoshi-kun bought the teddy bear, he didn't remember. But she put on a wry smile. It looked like he'd already tried to question that old man. Anyway, it's Satoshi-kun who brought that teddy bear. He must have saved just enough to buy it, so he shouldn't have been able to run away after. That's nonsense. Alright, let's say he really did buy the teddy bear. Then why didn't he come home with it? At that point, I felt as though my heart had turned to ice. Satoshi-kun had been working hard that day to buy that teddy bear, even though he was under extreme mental and physical stress. After that, he finally managed to buy it. It's unthinkable that somebody else would just show up and bought the same teddy bear. The teddy bear was gone because Satoshi-kun bought it. Nobody else. But if so, Satoshi-kun should have given it to Satoko. But though he bought a present for her, he didn't come home? He didn't come home. That wasn't possible. He would have gone straight home with that teddy bear. He wouldn't think of running away after buying the teddy bear. Even though Satoshi-kun wanted to run away from the police, he'd never leave without giving Satoko her present. Anyway, it must have been Satoshi-kun who bought that teddy bear. I can say that with a 100% certainty. The question is, why didn't he bring it home? That teddy bear was huge. Wouldn't fit into a basket of a bicycle. He might have bought some straps to tie it to his bike. I wouldn't have thought about running away on a wobbly bicycle like that. He necessarily had to go home after buying the teddy bear from the store after withdrawing the money. Nothing could have happened while he was going between the ATM and the toy store. It was impossible. Nobody else could have possibly bought that teddy bear. Never. The teddy bear had been sitting there in the showcase up until that day. Everybody could see it when they passed by, but nobody wanted it. It's impossible that it could have been somebody else. Should be no question that he went to the toy store after he withdrew the money. What about the route between the toy store and his home? There shouldn't be any question there either. He shouldn't have been able to do anything with that huge toy. He shouldn't even have thought of making a stop on the way. So he must have headed home, right after he bought the teddy bear. But nobody saw him after that. It was simple then. Satoshi-kun went missing on his way home from the toy store. Went missing? What did that mean? I was sure he killed his aunt. He's not that shrewd. Maybe he couldn't bear the pressure from the police? Was he resigned to the idea that the police were going to arrest him soon regardless of my help? Did he decide to run away? Did he think that he should disappear until things cooled down rather than get arrested? That was definitely absolutely impossible. It was impossible that he came to that conclusion on his way home from the toy store! Even though he did, he would have waited until he gave Satoko her birthday present. Satoshi-kun loves Satoko. He shouldn't have spoiled her like that, but anyway, he always tried to be a good brother to her, so he'd never disappear before going home. I felt as though the ice was cutting through my heart, expanding into frost. If Satoshi-kun didn't disappear by his own will, the answer was simple. Satoshi-kun disappeared by somebody else's will. Was Satoshi-kun eliminated? That's really stupid, old man. I thought I could shake off the frost in my heart, but I laughed loudly enough. I kept laughing until it happened. Kept laughing and laughing. All the cops in the room stared at me. They thought I'd gone crazy. Oh, honey, you have not even broached the surface. I didn't care what they thought. I kept laughing until it turned into a cough. Cough, cough. Cough. I finished laughing and took a sip of lukewarm coffee. I felt as though the frost in my heart had spread all the way through my guts. I was chilled to the bone. I was freezing. My fingers shook as I held my coffee cup. Shion-san, please listen to me without interrupting. What I'm about to tell you is only a hypothesis. It's all just a theory. A game theory. You might start laughing in the middle because it may sound ridiculous. But I want you to hear me out. Can you do that? Whatever, just talk. I was feeling far too cold. My teeth were chattering. I felt as though my brain had frozen as well. I'd lost my ability to think. I couldn't do anything by myself. I could only do as Oishi told me. What he was going to tell me might be the worst possible theory. But I had to listen to it. I know that Satoshi-kun and Satoko-san's aunt was abusing them. Especially Satoko-san. In my opinion, it's normal that Satoshi-kun started thinking about murdering his aunt. He was just a human being. I had to deny that Satoshi-kun murdered her. But what Oishi was saying was true. Couldn't deny his hypothesis right away. I just kept silent. This is only a hypothesis, alright? Please don't be upset. And no interruptions. Agreed? I know. Just go on. Satoshi Hojo planned the murder of his aunt and executed it. This is true. We have no proof, okay? It's all just hypothetical, or theoretical. Alright, I heard. Just keep talking. I'll switch the subject now. Shion-san, you were forbidden from having a relationship with Satoshi-kun, weren't you? They told you to stay away from him, correct? I believe the reason behind that is not your family hated the Hojos, but they didn't like the fact that you were involved with a murder suspect. Oh, the background music is going! That is actually possible. After all, when I was pretending to be Mion, I already had a connection with Satoshi-kun. Before anyone knew it was Shion who was spending the time around him. Could have been accused I was helping out the Hinamazawa fighters if the relationship between the Hojos and the Sonozakis was a problem. It wouldn't be difficult for the Sonozaki family to know that Satoshi-kun murdered his aunt if it happened in Hinamazawa. Maybe one of them even saw the murder. The Sonozaki family didn't like that I was in love with a murderer, so they decided to step in. Also, you're known not to give up easily, aren't you? Which means even if the Sonozaki family threatened you, or ripped off your nails, you still wouldn't cut ties with Satoshi-kun. Or would you? I couldn't deny that. I'd lost most of my means to access Hinamizawa, so my ties to Satoshi-kun were essentially cut true. But I still knew Satoshi-kun's phone number, and I expected him to rejoin the Hinamizawa fighters eventually. I believe your family knew a few threats would never be enough for you to break ties with Satoshi-kun. They could threaten you all they liked, to no avail. So, their only option would be to do something about the other person, wouldn't it? What do you mean, do something? What would they do? What do you think they would do? You're in a mafia family. What? What? If threatening me was useless then, they'd do something about Satoshi-kun. What they have done. If they pulled something, then wouldn't that interrupt his path from the toy store to home? Toy store to home. Toy store to X home. What X? What is X? X marks the spot where his path was interrupted. But who interrupted it? Why couldn't Satoshi-kun make it home from the toy store if something interrupted him? Why? What was X? X? I ran out of air and became dizzy and then collapsed. The floor felt cold. I felt no pain. I had fallen on the floor like a plastic doll. Oishi and some others rushed over to me to help me up. Calm down, Shion-san. We're not certain that Satoshi-kun was killed yet. You're not certain he was killed? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you know about the torture room where they forced me to rip off my fingernails? Don't you know what they said there in the prison cells and a well for disposing corpses in the back? If the Sonozaki family wants to eliminate somebody, they'll definitely kill them in that torture room and dump the body down there. You're not certain? Are you dumb? Is your brain made of tofu? If I were in the hag's position, I'd kill him for sure. I wouldn't let him get away. If I would kill him, then the hag would... If I would kill him, then the hag would definitely kill him. Shion-san, please calm down. She is not calm. She has passed calm many paragraphs ago. This is unconfirmed, but I have information that somebody witnessed a young runaway male at Nagoya Station, who took a train from there to Tokyo. Clothes didn't match, but it's possible that he changed what he was wearing to hide from the police. I don't think he's that smart. It's still possible that was him. Is he alive? Is he? This is also a theory, but let me go on. Your twin sister Mion-san is the closest person to Oryu Sonozaki, correct? I'm assuming that Mion-san stopped Oryu when she suggested murdering Satoshi-kun fervently. Mion? That was possible. She could have tried to calm things down out of pity. That idiot was always so indecisive. She should have been clear on if she wanted to save him or not. But she probably seemed vague about that. She must have persuaded the hag to reduce the punishment to banishment instead of death, just to avoid feeling guilty. I believe that the Sonozaki family has contacted Satoshi-kun. They probably told him that they couldn't cover up the murder and told him to disappear somewhere far away. They forced him to be a little more accurate. Satoshi-kun would have rejected that. He would never leave Satoka behind. I agree with you. Satoshi-kun was working at the place Mion-san referred him to, wasn't he? So the family knew that he had enough money for a getaway, but he never used it for anything other than buying that teddy bear. You're right. He must have gone straight to the toy store after he withdrew the money. But what if the teddy bear was already sold when he got there? That would have been a very desolate situation. He'd been working hard. While Zen abused him, he worked at many different jobs. The money was worth all that pain. He went to the toy store with that money in order to buy his beloved sister a present. That was the only purpose for that money. He must have looked for the teddy bear as he always done. But it was gone. He wouldn't have gone into a panic right away, because he was always so optimistic. He might have thought the toy store was wrapping a gift for him because they told him that he picked it up that day. He must have gone into the store joyously. I couldn't guess at exactly what happened next. My heart would tear up if I tried to imagine it anyway. Why didn't they have it? Even though he had reserved? Did that old man understand the situation, or was he just zoning out? Maybe it wouldn't have been the same, even if it wasn't the old man at the store at the time. If a bunch of fierce-looking subordinates from the Sonozaki family were to show up showed them the money, nobody could have rejected it. Satoshi-kun must have sunk into silence. No matter how hard he complied, the teddy bear was gone. He probably never even considered his own dream might be taken away. Shion, you are spiraling. He must have been wobbling on his way home in sorrow, leaning on the telephone poles every now and then. Oh, this dramatic. You are so dramatic, ma'am. It was the days he wanted Satoko to be happy the most. He couldn't get the present she wanted the most. You probably didn't think of getting another gift, because it was unimaginable that he wouldn't get the teddy bear. He might have imagined how Satoko would react when she found out he had no present for her. He must have looked unbelievably sad and empty. The money he'd been saving meant nothing anymore. Satoshi-kun never cried, even at his toughest moments, except for right now, apparently. Did he even know how to cry? It was always Satoko who was crying. So Satoshi-kun never learned how to cry, and he grew up that way. And males not being able to express strong emotions. Did you know? People shed sadness in their hearts with tears. Satoshi-kun wasn't allowed to do that, even though his heart was filled with sorrow. He couldn't let it out. You insisted he wouldn't leave Satoko-san behind, didn't you? But think, what if the Sonozaki family told him that they'd look after her after he disappeared? After Satoshi-kun found the teddy bear was gone, all he had left was some crumpled bills. The family told him it was just a matter of time before the police got him. They told him to run away. They said they'd take care of Satoko. Satoshi-kun didn't feel like seeing his sister. He wandered and found himself at Okonomiya Station. He must have been apologizing to Satoko so many times in his mind. He swore to come back someday. He headed to Nagoya, and then to Tokyo. That meant he's alive. He's alive. I should be able to see him again someday. He must be coming back, so I'll definitely see him again. I assume that the Sonozaki family set up some sort of place for him to stay. Satoshi-kun must have gone there. So he's safe. He's coming back someday, right? She looked up at the ceiling and stretched. He didn't answer me. On July 24th, 1982, Satoshi Hojo went missing. There is a possibility that he ran away, as he's the prime suspect of the murder that happened on the 20th of the same month. Allegedly, somebody resembling him was seen at Nagoya Station, embarking on a train, heading to Tokyo, but the truth is unknown. No one had seen him since. As a matter of fact, no one even knows he's still alive. Notebook page 34, notebook page 42. Train to nowhere. Alright, so we'll view the tips, and then I'm going to take a caffeine break, so I'll be back in about 15 minutes, but we're going to do the tips first. 34 and 42, so 34. The information that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo hasn't been verified. It started as follows. A young man came to the lost and found window looking for his wallet. The station employees asked him to write down his name on a form. Then the young man started writing Hojo as his name, but stopped in the middle, crumpling the form, and wrote a totally different name on another form. Another station employee witnessed a similar-looking young man rushing to the train heading to Tokyo. The employee from the Lost and Found, and the employee who was on the platform, talked about the suspicious young man in the locker room. That was all. The wallet of the man named Hojo was never reported as found to the Lost and Found office. At first I thought Oishi's theory that the Sonozaki family banished Satoshi-kun from Hinamizawa and looked after Satoko in return was bogus. But thinking about it now, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, Satoko Hojo started living with Rika Furude after Satoshi-kun disappeared. Rika Furude isn't just a regular girl. She's the head of the Furude family, one of the three families. The head of the Kimiyoshi family is Rika Furude's guardian. The Sonozaki family probably couldn't step in due to having been officially opposed to the Hojo family. But Satoko Hojo is in the custody of the three families now. Even though the Hojo family was severely ostracized during the dam conflict, Satoko Hojo is now under protection. Seems as though only Satoko was exempted from blame. Why was she spared even though Satoshi-kun wasn't? Okay, let's save. And then I'll take a break. We'll close the game for now. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Okay. Now that that's done. Let us continue for maybe another chapter or two. Okay, good. Yeah, there was no middle PNG for this one. It went straight from, this is okay, to blood. Load it. Eh? What did you just say? This is information from a reliable source. It appears that they found the murderer of Satoshi-kun's aunt. It had been a few weeks since the murder. Satoshi-kun still hadn't been found. I had no new information on his whereabouts. Kasai's report came as a result came completely out of the blue. Does that mean the police arrested the culprit? It seems that he confessed during the interrogation regarding another case. That sounds strange. If it was Satoshi-kun they arrested, he wouldn't have worded it that way. It sounded as though Satoshi-kun wasn't the culprit. Kasai? Who's the culprit? So it wasn't Satoshi-kun? I swallowed those final words. I was convinced that it was Satoshi-kun. The police and Oishi must have thought the same way. The reason Oishi approached me is because he was convinced that Satoshi-kun did it. Don't worry. It doesn't seem like it's Satoshi-kun. I heard it was a lunatic who was aiming to continue the series of mysterious deaths. Ah, copycat killer. What? A lunatic? What do you mean? Kasai shrugged. I don't know. Since the investigation is classified as a confidential case, the information I can get is limited. Confidential? Why? To prevent the village from developing a bad reputation. You don't see articles about kidnappings while the police are negotiating with the culprit, do you? It's something similar to that. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen anything about the aunt's murder on TV or the newspaper. These strange deaths have happened 4 years in a row now, on the day of the Watnagashi. There are those who try to make light of it. And now this lunatic who confessed to the aunt's murder said he did it in imitation of the series of mysterious deaths. Kasai didn't know anything else, so instead of probing him further, I reviewed the information myself. I was really shocked to learn all this. I was convinced that Satoshi-kun killed her. I thought that was the reason he had to disappear. But it was actually some lunatic who killed her, and he had no relation to the aunt whatsoever? So Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with the murder? If so, why did he disappear? I couldn't accept that the lunatic had killed the aunt. What's really strange is the phrase Kasai used 4 years in a row now. After all, I'd been thinking that this murder happened because Satoshi-kun had been in a dire situation, and had nothing to do with the series of mysterious deaths. I felt as though Satoshi-kun's case had become someone else's. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Satoshi-kun's case had become one of those mysterious deaths. In other words, Satoshi-kun's case has become a part of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't like the way that sounded, because it was as though the curse had swallowed Satoshi-kun. Unfortunately, We haven't been able to confirm the tip that Satoshi-kun took the train to Tokyo. We didn't even know whether or not he's in the prefecture, to be honest. Oh, she broke the seal on a new can of instant coffee. I thought you knew his whereabouts already, since you seemed very convinced he was the culprit. Nah, ha 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 ha. You got me. Well, she chuckled and poured a cup of coffee, which looked far too hot. You have some good sources. Huh? It's a highly classified case, but you already have this information. I wonder who leaked it. Looks like we need to review our security precautions. Why, she smirked. Seemed he knew why I was here today. I'm one of the Sonozakis, after all. And my ears are open. I smirked back at him. It's all about bluffing. Anyway, since we're friends now, why don't we have a chat? Let me ask you first. Who's the real culprit? I heard he was a lunatic, but what does that mean? Other than, lunatic definition. Nah, ha ha. I don't know how to answer that question. I want to know the answer myself. Really, I was convinced Satoshi-kun was the real culprit. It was rather surprising for me, too. As she threw himself onto the sofa and crossed his hands behind his head, he looked up at the ceiling and smiled wryly. I suddenly received a call from the prefectural police the other day. They said that one of the guys in detention confessed to the murder of the housewife. Who is it? He's a crazy dopehead. He's been in and out of prison for drug abuse. His statement says that he was interested in the series of mysterious deaths and wanted to imitate them. Are you sure he's the real culprit? I didn't interrogate him myself, but the prefectural police tells me he has the information that only the real culprit would know. He seems to have thrown the murder weapon into the OG River. They're searching for it right now. If it's found, his statement will be solid. Even if the weapon wasn't found, would the case be closed? Probably. His statement clearly outlines the state of the crime scene and the body. This information, like I said, covers the details that only the actual murderer would know. You don't seem quite convinced. Why, she still looked up at the ceiling and went quiet. As a matter of fact, Dopehead was already dead by the time I got their call. Dead? You know, those spoons that are forked on the tip. Sporks! They're called sporks. They use those at the detention facility. I was told that he swallowed one, choked on it. Oof! That couldn't have been pleasant. They couldn't tell if it was suicide or if it was caused by some mental disorder. I imagine somebody swallowing that spoon and gagged. So the investigation hadn't been done that thoroughly. But although I'm not convinced, my superiors are. I think with that the case will be closed. Oishi turned his eyes from the ceiling to me. He looked serious. This is just what I personally feel, okay? So please keep it between the two of us. I believe that the lunatic is some kind of mistake. It might be either a big misunderstanding caused by a chain of coincidences or, you know? Yeah, ha 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 ha. I have no idea what you're talking about. I still believe that the real culprit is Satoshi Hojo-kun. You sound confident. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything to prove that he was at the crime scene. We obtained a warrant in search of his house after he disappeared. But we still found nothing. But you still believe he did it? Yes. I wonder how you can be so sure even though you don't have any evidence. Incredible. Is that supposed to be like the hunch of an experienced detective? Yep. It's the hunch of a guy who's been in this business for several decades. I smiled in satisfaction, but I didn't feel relieved. Where did Satoshi-kun go? His disappearance convinced me that he was the culprit. If he wasn't the culprit, there'd be no reason for him to disappear. What if the murder was actually done by the lunatic and Satoshi-kun's disappearance has nothing to do with it? In other words, if Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the Sonosaki family didn't like my relationship with him, And he had nothing to do with the murder? Was Satoshi-kun a culprit? Or a victim? The reason for his disappearance had become unclear. I don't think they'd bother to make one person disappear just because of an undesirable relationship. Besides, they didn't even, hold hands or anything. They were just maybe friends. What did you hear from inside the Sonozaki family? Do you know anything? I wouldn't be here if I did. Haha, you're right. She laughed out loud while scratching his head. And after he stopped laughing, he leaned over. All right, how about this? Why don't we make a deal? A gentleman's deal. A deal? On what? On information about Satoshi-kun's disappearance. If you find any information like that, you tell me. And I'll also provide you with information if I find any. Do we have a deal? That sounds too convenient for you. Oishi chuckled. Jian-san, I think if we were to leave things as they are, they'll conclude that the lunatic committed the murder. If that happens, Satoshi-kun's disappearance will be treated as just another runaway minor. They won't search for him as actively as before. But I will continue searching for him. Only I will do it. I believe you're intending to do the same. Our motives are different, though. I just want to know if he's safe, but you'd like to arrest him, wouldn't you? If the murder's case was considered solved, Satoshi-kun would be free. Regardless of his innocence. I doubt that. Nya ha ha ha. Oishi chuckled again, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Well, let's be friends from now on. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, no? I'm not opposed to the Sonozaki family, though. Oh, really? I apologize, then. Nufu. This was the way of Kurado Ishi, huh? Alright, let me just do my posture check and all that. As Sisson Kasai said, I wouldn't want him to be my enemy or my ally, because both would be too risky. I probably shouldn't let my guard down in front of this big fat weasel. I sipped the coffee to fill the silence, though I wasn't thirsty. Outside the window I could see normal life taking its course. But Satoshi-kun wasn't there. Should have been there, but he wasn't. I was scared that I might grow used to his absence someday. Where was he? I wonder how Satoshi-kun is doing. I hope he's alright. I know you think he might be dead. Don't patronize me. You know what people are calling his disappearance in Hinamizawa? Huh? They said that he was demoned away. To be demoned away means the same thing as being spirited away. It's part of our local dialect. He was kidnapped and taken to hell through the bottom of the Onagafuchi swamp. That's ridiculous. Alright, looks like the ad break is over. Anyways, the series of mysterious deaths has struck for the 4th time. It's too soon, but people are already talking about next year. Are you saying that the murder was a result of Oyashiro-sama's curse? The victim was one of the Hojos, after all. She was involved in the damp conflict, though indirectly. Really, it's not surprising some people have taken an interest in incidents because they do always happen on the day of the Watanagashi. That's ridiculous too. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Though I said that, I couldn't quite wipe away the fear from my mind. Why did Satoshi-kun disappear? Was it the Sonozaki family? Did he run away from the police? Did he really kill his aunt in the first place? Why did he even disappear? He's on his own. Well, Yashiro-sama's curse has nothing to do with it. But... That's strange. Satoshi-kun and Yashiro-sama's curse. Somebody once mentioned these two things together before. It was Rana! When did I hear that? At the bus stop! Ah, that's right. That rainy day. It was Rana Ryugu who told me that, when we were taking shelter in that shack. Ah, I remember the creepy story she told me that time. Satoshi-kun wants to leave Hinamizawa and run far away. Even if only unconsciously. That's what Rana Ryugu said. Rana had definitely pointed out that Satoshi-kun wanted to leave Hinamizawa at the time. She also said, everything he's going through is a sign of a Yashiro-sama's curse. She said that, for sure. She had definitely mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse. A series of mysterious deaths had struck 4 times. Was Satoshi-kun being controlled by the curse? Is that why he killed his aunt and was demoned away? No way. That can't be true. Satoshi-kun's smile faded away in my mind. Satoshi-kun disappeared. Not only that, the reason for his disappearance also disappeared. It must have been done by a human being. I can't accept that he was demoned away. I moved from one chair to another because the air conditioning was too cold. I moved with my notebook, my pen case, with a bunch of keychains, and my cup of milk tea. I did it all in one go. I sat down in the new chair, then opened my notebook again. I scribbled my thoughts and sank into silence. A series of mysterious deaths. That's the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I've been viewing each incident as a separate case, even though it was followed by another one. I've never looked at all the cases as part of one big scheme. After I wrote down all the incidents on paper, it became clear to me that all of them served the same agenda. I wrote down all the victims. The first year, the construction site manager. The second year, Satoshi-kun's parents. The third year, the priest. The fourth year, Satoshi-kun's aunt. For 4 years, one could consider Satoshi-kun himself to be the victim rather than his aunt. Or rather, for the 4th year. If I considered that each case arose from a grudge over the dam conflict, it's quite simple. In the first year, the construction manager was killed because he was a symbol of the dam construction itself. Of course, the real enemy was the Ministry of Construction, but that wasn't as clear a target. The manager, on the other hand, had been aggressively shouting back at the villagers, so he was a more appropriate enemy to attack. If Oyashiro-sama had really cursed someone, it would have been the officials from the ministry. It's apparent that the target was selected based on the villagers' preference. The second year. The accidental death of Satoshi-kun's parents. It's said that they fell from a cliff in some park, but it's doubtful that it was really an accident. His parents were labeled as traitors to the village because they sided with the dam construction, even though they were also from Hinamizawa. The Hojo family was ostracized during the dam conflict in order to prevent further pro-dam activists from rising up. That means that the Hojos were necessary during the conflict to play the role of the traitor. So when the conflict was over, they no longer served any purpose. The construction site manager was a symbol of the external enemy. The Hojos were a symbol of the internal enemy. Those people fell victim to the curse, and it seemed the grudge was over the dam conflict had ended. Yet those incidents were followed by another one. Third year. Leader from one of the three families, the priest, Furude, suddenly died of an illness of unknown cause. His wife drowned herself on that same night. She seemed to have left the note that said she was sacrificing herself to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. Whether it was a fatal disease or suicide, their death looked suspicious. Mion admitted that the Sonozaki family didn't like the priest's attitude. They didn't like how the priest had been generous towards the pro-dam activists. The priest wasn't quite a traitor, but he was certainly uncooperative. Looking at these incidents, I realized that the curse was performed on the basis of degrees of hostility. Enemy, traitor, and dissident, that's the word. That meant that the curse was actually payment. It was punishment for the crimes of war. And the fourth year, I didn't understand this case at first, to be honest. At first I believed the case was separate from the others, even though it occurred during the same day. I never thought that there would be any relation to the other three. But when I wrote it all down and looked at it objectively, the victims of a relative of a traitor, and the enemy, traitor, dissident, relative of a traitor, doesn't sound too odd, comes naturally as a fourth target. On the day that the village worships Oyashiro-sama, their guardian deity, the criminals of the dam conflict have been punished by the curse. Just like how I was forced to pay at the Sonozaki house, the criminals were made to pay as well. After writing these things out, I started thinking about the fourth incident might be in line with the series of mysterious deaths after all. Whether it was Satoshi-kun or a dopehead, it seemed that they were forced to play the role of a murderer as part of a bigger scenario. Even if Satoshi-kun was the real culprit, even if he killed his aunt because of an ordinary grudge, murder seemed synchronized with the grand scheme of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, which was payment for the plans of the war criminals. That murder was the result of his plan. But what if somebody planned that as part of a scenario? For instance, somebody might have suggested to him to kill his aunt on that day, that night, at that place. I had no doubt that Satoshi-kun decided to kill her in order to protect Satoko. But did he really reach that conclusion on his own? Satoshi-kun was optimistic and somewhat detached. As far as I knew, would he have really considered murdering his aunt, even if it was to protect his sister? Oh, sweetie, you fell for the mask. You didn't know what was actually going on through his head. Couldn't it be possible for somebody to have chosen the aunt for the fourth year's murder beforehand? And they used Satoshi-kun? And Satoshi-kun was eliminated because of his connection with them? Looking at it that way, the murder of the first year resembled this case. The main culprit behind the case hasn't been found yet, dead or alive. The other culprits testified that their fight had turned into slaughter. But it wouldn't be possible that the main culprit manipulated the situation? What if he had been told to kill someone that day, at that time, at that place? I'm certain the first murder resembles Satoshi-kun's case very much. So, did that mean Satoshi-kun was being controlled by somebody else? Oishi had presented me with a hypothesis that the Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear in order to end my relationship with the murderer. But when I read the notes I wrote down, his disappearance didn't seem too spontaneous. It seemed like part of a bigger plan. Since I'd unexpectedly gotten involved in that plan, I had to be separated from him. Then Satoshi-kun was demoned away, as planned. At first, I also believed the Sonozaki family made him disappear, because they didn't like that I was in love with a member of family of traitors. But something didn't add up. Something felt strange. I wasn't the reason for his disappearance after all. Even if I never met him in the first place, Satoshi-kun was supposed to kill his aunt in June 1982 and then disappear. At one point, I had been thinking of taking revenge on the hag. I believed that she had separated us. But what if my relationship with Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with his disappearance? Excuse me while I take a sip. What would that mean? Who made Satoshi-kun disappear? I need to understand the series of mysterious deaths in order to solve this mystery. What do all these deaths mean? Who's behind them and what purpose did they serve? I want to know the purpose, the motive, and who was responsible. Who took Satoshi-kun? I wanted to know if he was still alive. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also called Oyashiro-sama's curse. What is that curse? Specifically? Oh, hi Koki! Good to see you! How was the Pokemon? Oh good, the new one with the emotes showed up. That's good. Ooh, 3 whole badges, cool! I'll have to watch the VOD. I was having fun watching you before. Specifically, what kind of god is Oyashiro-sama? What blessing does he bring, and what punishment does he dole out? I wrote down my thoughts in the notebook. In her handy-dandy notebook. What's Oyashiro-sama? What is he? I scribbled these things down. I was so absorbed by it that I didn't realize somebody had been standing behind me, watching me, the whole time. I couldn't stop myself from gasping when I realized that. I'm sorry. Did I startle you? The intelligent-looking woman giggled. No, I was just a bit surprised. Sorry about that. She could have apologized a little better too, since she'd been watching me from behind. But she just stared at my face instead. Are you Shion Sonozaki-san? You must know sis. You know my name, but I don't know who you are. Being twins is a pain sometimes. People you've never met before can tell exactly who you are. I'm sorry. The Sonozaki-san I know would have never been seen in a library, so I assumed you were her twin sister. The woman giggled again. Well, you were right. I'm Shion Sonozaki. Nice to meet you. May I ask your name? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself first. She seemed to love her own hair because she kept running her fingers through it boastfully. I'm Mio Takano. You can call me Mio, Shion-chan. Nice to meet you, Takano-san. She's like, no. Her condescending attitude bugged me. I hate meeting people like that. I closed my notebook and got ready to leave the desk. Oh, are you upset? Thank you for your concern. I like to be alone when thinking, so I'm moving to another spot. Excuse me. That's a shame. I thought we'd be good friends. Did you? I don't think so. I finally met someone with the same passion, a fellow researcher of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I think it's quite unusual to meet someone like that. She saw my notes? Rude. My face reddened. These are just theories. It's all nonsense. Theories about the game, like they're game theories. Just childish scribbles. It's fine. Series of mysterious deaths is also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. Though each death is an independent incident, all of them clearly share the same purpose. Each year, someone dies with a curse, and someone else is sacrificed and disappears. What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Someone dies and someone else... What? I was taken aback by her word spiel. But I realized right away she'd said something extraordinary. Didn't you notice that the number of victims is always even? Haven't you realized that yet? The number of victims is always even? I was confused, but I tried to figure out what she meant. Damn construction site manager died in the first year. There was only one victim. The second year, the victims were the parents of Satoshi-kun. It was 2 people. The third year, it was the priest, even if her death was also planned, his wife. 2 again. And this year, the 4th year, Satoshi-kun's aunt had died, and Satoshi-kun went missing. As Satoshi-kun's disappearance was planned, the number of victims was 2. It's true. Except for the first one, the victims always came in an even number. 2. Wait. I just concluded myself that the first case resembled the 4th one. The main culprit was still missing. He might have been demoned away, just like Satoshi-kun. See? Doesn't it make sense now? Kano-san sounded like a teacher who showed me how to solve a difficult math problem. I wasn't quite convinced, but I couldn't deny what she said, either. Did I give you enough hints? I really would have enjoyed a conversation with you, but I think you prefer being alone. I'm sorry, that wasn't respectful, Mio-san. Please call me Shion. She seemed content that I changed my attitude. She kept giggling for a while. She didn't seem that reliable. I didn't want to be acquainted with her for too long. But I don't get to talk to people very much. And what she said interested me. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Mio Takano. Call me Mio. Pleased to meet you, Mio-san. I'm Shion Sonozaki, Mion's twin sister. Please call me Shion. I took the hand that Mio-san held out as a sign of reconciliation. Please tell me more. You said that there was always 2 victims? One dies due to the curse and the other one is a sacrifice? Shion-chan, before we get into that, could you tell me why you became interested in this? She leaned over and looked into my eyes. It was kind of uncomfortable. Mio-san, how much do you know about me? I guess you have an idea if you know my name? I don't know much. Just that you recently returned from a boarding school? I see. So I think you can imagine that I want to know about the series of mysterious deaths that happened while I was away. I'm just curious. I see. You're curious, eh? I got the impression that she knew about what happened to Satoshi-kun and me, because she instantly recognized me as Shion, not Mion. I don't know why. I thought that way, as she shouldn't have access to the sources for that. For instance, Oishi does. It was just the look in her eyes that made me think that way. Let me ask you a question this time. You called me a fellow researcher of Yashiro-sama's curse, didn't you? So, why are you researching the curse? You also stated that there's always an even number of deaths, even number of victims in the mysterious deaths. Is that true? It's true that Hinamizawa's mysterious deaths are often called Oyashiro-sama's curse. But why would you delve into the mysterious deaths if you're researching the curse itself? Shion-chan, you're asking too many questions at once. I can't tell what you really want to know. Oh. I couldn't say anything in return. Maybe I've been too inquisitive. I'll answer your questions one by one. I'm not just researching the curse as my subject, it's much broader than that. I'm researching the history of Onagafuchi Village. In plain terms, I'm researching the dark and ancient history of Hinamizawa. Onagafuchi Village? Isn't Onagafuchi the bottomless swamp people believe is connected to hell? And what dark history? Oh, sweetie, you don't know. I kept asking questions. Mio-san, however, looked pleased to hear them. Onagafuchi Village is named for Hinamizawa as it was known before the Meiji era. About the dark history, you know a little bit about the man-eating demons, I assume? Ah, the man-eating demons, huh? That was a fairy tale told in Hinamizawa. A long time ago, demons came out of the swamp, while the villagers battled with them. They ended up living peacefully together. The villagers transcended and became sacred people, having demon blood in their veins. That long-forgotten fairy tale came back to my mind vividly. You know this story because you're a villager, of course. But what about the story of the cannibal banquet? What's that? You know that the villagers have the blood of man-eating demons in their veins, don't you? Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I dodged the question. Inamazawa used to be a desolate village, but it grew in prominence after the Second World War, and expanded its influence to Okonomi and other areas. People who disliked and discriminated against the villages called us man-eating demons. I remember that. The young villagers don't take it seriously, but the old people can get seriously upset about it. They certainly can't take it as a joke. So the term man-eating demons is forbidden. We normally never use it. Even during my rebellious phase, I never spoke those words. Neo-san, however, seemed to have no qualms with saying it out loud. Are you upset? About what? I know people hate the phrase in Hinamazawa. I apologize if I've made you feel uncomfortable. The old people wouldn't like it, but I'm fine. Would you continue? Thanks. Okay, so, the ancient villages had a custom of cannibalism. They ritualized this custom and held various ceremonies based around it. The festival we hold in June isn't just an early summer festival. It used to be a banquet which the villagers chased after a sacrifice and ate them. They bound the sacrifice to a table, gutted them, and then dumped the organs in the river. Wada can mean cotton, but it also means organs. There's so much wordplay in this series. That's the root of the word Watanagashi. Organ drifting. Watanagashi. Indeed. I believe they started using futon mats to cover it up all around the Meiji era, according to my research. They wouldn't be able to do that openly nowadays. Everything Mio-san was talking about sounded startling. I was just taken aback. I couldn't wholly believe it right away. She sensed it from my expression. It's not a hoax. I didn't make any of this up. If you promise not to tell anyone, I can show you my notes of Watanagashi. Mio-san took out a notebook from her bag and flipped through it. She appeared to be doing her research thoroughly. Thank you. I'd love to read it. Sure. I'd like you to keep it confidential. Hehe. But I guess I should share it with my fellow researcher. Mio-san handed me the notebook a bit hesitantly. It looked like I'd take the whole night to finish reading. It was densely packed with information. I saw copies of various documents and quotes in there, too. It wasn't some delusion of hers. No, this was a thoroughly researched research paper. You told me that one person dies because of the curse and another person is sacrificed and disappears, right? A person is sacrificed and disappears. Satoshi-kun had gone missing. Did he become a sacrifice? What is a sacrifice, anyway? Mio-san looked pleased to hear my question again. She took out another notebook and handed it to me. Volume 2! I think you'll understand once you read it, but I'll give you a digest version. Oyashiro-sama's curse is simply Oyashiro-sama's anger. In other words, the curse is caused by Oyashiro-sama's anger. Do you follow? Yes. You're saying that Oyashiro-sama was mad at the people who opposed the village during the dam conflict, and that's why the curse occurred. That's right. Oyashiro-sama's anger has been pacified. It has to be pacified. If not, something even worse will occur. So, all the successive priests at the Furude Shrine had to perform a sacrifice every time the curse struck in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama. It's called a sacrificial ritual. So, each year on the day of the Watanagashi, one person dies because of the curse, and another one is sacrificed to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger? But only one person is actually murdered each time? I've never heard of human sacrifices even being made. Naturally, there's no body. The ritual of sacrifice requires the offering to be sunk into Onagafuchi Swamp. That swamp is bottomless, and no one would ever surface once they were thrown in there. nobody would ever be found, of course. So, one of the victims is thrown to the swamp every year? Does that mean Satoshi-kun is also at the bottom of that dark green swamp? I don't know. I'm not sure that they really throw them into the swamp. But those who make these incidents happen must be eliminating one person based on that legend. Each year, a traitor to the village dies on the day of the Watanagashi because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And another person is sacrificed in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. That person's body will never be found because he or she is supposedly thrown into the bottomless swamp. Yes, you get it. The series of mysterious deaths always involves both a curse and a sacrifice. It's a system that allows 2 traitors to die every year. What I'm telling you now probably isn't sufficient, so it might be hard for you to grasp. Instead, I want you to take the time and read my notes. You'll see what I'm telling you isn't far from the truth at all. I heard a man's voice just then. A middle-aged man with a hat, waving at Mio-san from the entrance. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to talk with you more, but I guess I have another chance to chat. I'll leave those notes to you. I'm looking forward to hearing your opinions. Mio-san wrapped up the conversation and headed to where the man was waiting for her. She left her old notebook in my hands. Mio-san waved at me as she left the library with her companion. I took the seat again and opened what she'd given me. Gonna take a small break. Oh, the ad is playing. Or not playing, but anyway. What bugged me was the series of mysterious deaths. Also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Maybe I'd be able to get closer to the truth by reading these notebooks. If I studied them carefully, I might be able to find out who was really behind the incidents. Why did Satoshi-kun have to disappear? What was he involved in? How did it happen? Maybe Takano's notes would bring me the answer. I'll wait for a minute before I begin the notes. Research notes, Mio Takano. I started flipping the pages, this time making sure that no one was watching over my shoulder. It was time for the library to close, so I had to leave. I bought some fruit on my way home. I shut my door and locked it right away. Then I heard the door of the neighboring apartment open. 'Cause I lived next door. Nobody else lived on this floor of the nearly empty apartment building anyway. I clearly heard the door open and close. 'Cause I must have noticed that I came home and was coming over because he wanted to talk to me. I unlocked the door and shouted out to him. Is that you, Kasai? I'll leave the door unlocked for you. I'm not Kasai-san, Shion. That voice. I twitched. Can I come in? Sure, sis. The door opened slowly. My alter ego, Mion Sonozaki, appeared. She was holding a box of cake, while smiling timidly. Are you going to keep standing there until I escort you? Come in. Sorry this room doesn't look very cute. It looks comfortable. Sis looked a bit tense when entering my room. It was her first time here. How's life? My new school is as boring as I thought it would be. I usually go, but I skip classes when I don't feel up to it. I couldn't do that when I was going to St. Lucia's. Uh-huh. So St. Lucia's was really tough, huh? You should go there sometime. Sorry. I brought cake. Let's eat. Mion opened the box. I saw 2 cheesecakes there. We have the same taste in food, so we don't have to fight over if we get 2 of the same thing. I chatted with her over the cheesecake. I talked to her about school and whatnot. If you need furniture, tell me. I might be able to get some for you. I finally got used to this room, but I might move out soon, so furniture won't be necessary. Thanks, though. Dad wants me to come back home. I don't really want to live with him, but he sounds desperate. I'd be pleased if you came home. He looked lonely while you were gone. You can only say that because you don't have to live with him. Come to think of it, this was the first time I talked to Sis since I was allowed to live as Shion Sonozaki. She didn't look like how she was at the Sonozaki house that day. The successor of the, Oh, hi, Sol! The successor of the Sonozaki family and my twin sister are 2 different people. Did you notice I was able to make you a mod? You have a sword now. The demon lives inside the leader of the Sonozakis. Our bodies are exactly the same, except for the tattoo of the demon on her back. Mion's destiny as the successor was set in stone when she got that tattoo. It was pretty simple. The Mion from that night was different from the Mion before me. When I was forced to tear off my fingernails, I'd momentarily despised her. But if I were the next leader of the Sonozaki family, I'd have done the same. Shion, how are your fingernails? The wounds have closed. I don't bandage them anymore because it looks too conspicuous. Good. So I don't really like showing them to people. I sneered at her, displaying my incomplete fingernails. Mion grew quiet and looked down. You don't have to apologize. You did what you had to do. You just played the role of the successor. I'm not holding any grudges. Lies. I'm sorry. Okay, apology accepted. But if you apologize one more time, that'll be cancelled. I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. Huh? What do you mean? Once you start apologizing, you never stop. So I'm cutting you off. Will you really forgive me? About Satoshi-kun as well? My heart ached when she mentioned his name. Felt just like the ache of an old wound. I figured you'd loved him. No wonder I shouted it out in front of all of you. I'm not embarrassed anymore. Granny truly believes you've atoned. She thinks you've done all you need to do. So, that matter is finished. That's good. My pain won't go to waste then. I wonder where Satoshi-kun has disappeared to, though. I started choking when I heard her say that. I just said it to her myself. She said that I'd forgiven her I said that I'd forgiven her completely. But that promise instantly evaporated. Just because of what she said, I felt like I turned into a completely different person. What did you just say? Mion? Did you just say, I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to? Who else could know other than you and your folks? What did you say? Where did he go? I felt my eyeballs reddening in anger. I felt as though they were about to pop. Hugs for you too. I choked on the burning sensation in my throat. Mion's expression rapidly changed. Looked as she'd noticed the devil's mark on my face. Or mask on my face. We are one and the same. Or were one and the same. We could understand each other's thoughts without voicing them. Our expressions was like unveiling our hearts to each other. Sorry. Even though I told her not to apologize anymore, Mion apologized. I felt like strangling her. I was going to make her confess where she'd hid Satoshi-kun. If she told me she threw him into Onagafuchi Swamp, I'd strangle her to death right then and there. I really don't know what happened to Satoshi-kun. That's a lie. It's true. Granny doesn't know anything either. Please believe me. That's a lie. Are you saying that Oyashiro-sama's curse demoned him away? This can't be a curse. There can't be. Words kept coming out of my mouth like I was chanting a spell. I wasn't speaking by my own will anymore. It was the demon who was controlling me. The demon that had been sleeping inside me woke up and started speaking through my mouth. My hands, the demon's hands, grabbed Mion by the neck. You guys demon Satoshi-kun away. You and the Sonozaki family. Give him back to me. Give him back. My hand slowly but surely squeezed Mion's neck. Mion put her hands onto mine. I looked at her fingers. 3 of the fingernails on her left hand looked as ugly as mine. Mion? What's this? Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't have to answer. She had the same scars as I did. She atoned as well. The way those wounds were healing looked the same as mine. So, did she get those wounds around the same time as I did? It was unfair that only you had to go through that. I felt so bad. Mion started sobbing. I stood there, petrified, still wringing Mion's neck. Since I found out you loved Satoshi-kun, I really wanted you to be happy. Because it's always only you who has to suffer, even though we're twins. It didn't come as a surprise to me that Mion might have also loved Satoshi-kun as I did. We've always liked the same stuff, even the same people. She was stupid enough to feel obligated towards someone like me. I told Granny to leave you and Satoshi-kun alone. I shouted at her. Then she said she'd let you be if you atoned with sincerity. And you did. So you were supposed to live happily with him. But Satoshi-kun's gone away. That's terrible. Mion isn't smart enough to shed crocodile tears. Those tears were real. Her tears dissolved my demon's anger like how the sun melts ice. Believe me, Shion, I really don't know why Satoshi-kun disappeared. Neither Granny nor the Sonozaki family have anything to do with it. Granny forgave you, so she would never do anything to him. Mion, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? I took my hands off her neck and held her instead. I'm not hurt. You've been hurt a lot more than me, haven't you? I shouted at the demon in my mind. I believed in Mion. I had been convinced that it was the Sonozaki family that made Satoshi-kun disappear. But Mion denied it, while shedding tears. Between her and me, her tears are more convincing than any words. So I'd believe in her. It absolutely wasn't the Sonozaki family that made him disappear. So do you really think that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of Oyashiro-sama's curse? I don't believe in curses. And Mion didn't do it. It wasn't the curse or the Sonozaki family who demoned him away. I don't know. I just know it's not Mion. It's not the Sonozaki family because Mion says so. That's stupid, Shion. Are you going to ignore Satoshi-kun's voice? I know. You don't have to remind me, demon. I can hear his voice. I know he's mumbling with an ambivalent expression like he always used to do, even though he knows help won't come. I'll help him no matter what. I'll save him if he's alive. I'll avenge him if he's dead. But Mion didn't do it. You just want to take it out on somebody. It doesn't matter who. But I'm Shion, not a demon. You're only a part of me. Don't try to take control. Fuck off! Don't ever show up again. Demon faded away. It's like piss off, Ghost. My body went limp, and I fell to the floor while holding Mion. Mion, are you alright? I'm alright now, Mion. Why are we two different individuals? Why can't we just be one? Stop it. We've asked ourselves that so many times. But there's no answer. I'm Shion and you're Mion. That's just how it is. I don't care if I'm Mion or Shion. I just want to be one and equal with you. There's nothing we can do. You have the demon on your back. You're destined to become the successor. And we can't change that. I don't want that. I don't need a demon. I don't want it. I'm not a demon. I'm not. I want to be a human, like you. Mion is a demon, and Shion is a human. Even though we're twins, there's a difference between us. Was it impossible for a human to live with demons after all? Should be possible, because they did it before. That's the legend of Hinamizawa. Humans and demons lived in harmony together. As Yashiro-sama watched over them. Mion, Shion, Satoshi-kun, demons, humans, Yashiro-sama's curse, a series of mysterious deaths, Satoshi-kun's disappearance. We fell asleep while holding each other. While holding everything. Oh, wow, okay. I didn't realize that was a full chapter. Okay. View the new tips. Yeah, I think I'll go for one more chapter. 50, 64, 85. Okay, 50. We're going chronological. Assuming it took Kanako a few times after that. Hi, Polaris! Good to see you! At her core, she was fascinated with the bizarre, and she had an insatiable curiosity that was just as strong. I have to remind myself not to take her story too seriously. I hope you're doing well. Otherwise, I might start believing that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the curse. She talks about the dark history of Hinamizawa a lot. It's all very interesting. Her theories are based on nothing but conjecture. But some of her intuition covers facts only members of the Sonozaki family would know. She thinks that Oyashiro-sama's curse is the continuation of these ancient rituals. In other words, she believes that the curse is performed by religious fanatics. According to her theory, a religious cult once existed in Hinamizawa, and the three families stemmed from it. She believed that they are operating behind the scenes in order to revive the dignity of the Onagafachi people, which was lost during the Meiji era. Mio-san's theories are far-reaching, and looking at them on a larger scale, they end up making a lot of sense. But they can't offer any explanation for why Satoshi-kun's disappearance when using them as a smaller one. Her theories are just too broad. Interesting. Hold on. This is a different notebook. I never noticed this was deer. I never noticed this was in the background. That's cool. I exchange information with Oishi every now and then. We'd each expect new leads from each other, but neither of us had any luck. I no longer believed the tip that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo. It was clearly bogus anyway. Although I can't befriend Oishi, he's been fair about the deal. He alone has been serious about uncovering any new information. Oishi's sources are quite reliable, so whenever I found some dubious tip, I'd check with him to see if it was valid. My meetings with him diminished in frequency since he's been assigned to new cases. Eventually, we stopped meeting entirely. Oishi stopped investigating, and I reached the limits of my sources of information. People now think Satoshi-kun's disappearance was a supernatural phenomenon called being demoned away. In Hinamizawa, they refer to his disappearance as him having transferred, and nobody will talk about it otherwise. I don't like the way they phrase that. It's used to erase him. So is this Takano's notebook? During the upheaval surrounding Oyashiro-sama's curse in 1982, I was pulled this way and that by new leads on Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Every time I found information that looked promising, I'd keep changing my theories. But it also became an incredible burden on me. It wore me down plenty on its own. Fatigue was harsh, but it also provided a very kind acceptance. Bit by bit, it soothed away the anger and sadness and doubt that wore me down. I'll never forget Satoshi-kun. I'll never try to forget him and move on. I constantly repeated those to myself in my head. I repeated them to keep my memories of Satoshi-kun from fading too, over and over. For the sake of my fond memories with Satoshi-kun, together with my fear and my sadness, I repeated them forever and ever. Nope, same notebook. Shion's totally okay. Nothing to worry about here. Let's do one more chapter. Because, yeah, I think we've still got a bit to go, because we're not even in the present yet. We're still in this flashback, technically. So I probably got one more longer stream left of this, but this is one of my favorite arcs for a reason. You get a lot of really interesting information in this one. Okay, we're in 1983. We have successfully passed the flashback. The fourth year of the series of mysterious death in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, 1 year after Satoshi Hojo's disappearance. We are in the present! After 8 chapters, we are in the present! It's only gonna go downhill from here. I hadn't been able to get used to my new school in Okonomiya, but I had some friends there now. Since I got a part-time job at my relative's store, I had some extra pocket money too. I ended up living with my parents after all, so I didn't have to pay for living expenses. It felt great to get to freely spend the money I earned from working. I still use the room Kasai set up for me from time to time. It was a convenient hideout for when I didn't want to see my parents. In fact, I was planning to spend a day there today. But that teacher, she told my parents that I was skipping classes. My dad got upset, and that was why I didn't want to stay at home. I had been asking for it, though. My teacher should know that my dad is a Yakuza, and when he gets really scary when he's mad. On the whole, my life had been going well so far, except that it was boring. The reason I could enjoy this lifestyle is probably because I had to live in secret before. It was a great relief to be able to live without having to fake my identity. Well, that might have been a valuable experience. I think I learned from it. I was going grocery shopping and thought I'd get enough food for a week or so. My parents should appreciate my presence more after missing me for a week. I was doing this for their sakes. Sure, Jan. Oh, wait. Isn't there a 100 yen sale today? Yeah, there is. I knew how to save my pocket money. I was in a good mood, so I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like I was inside a little whirlwind. My arm hit a motorcycle parked in the sidewalk. Obviously, it wasn't there when it was supposed to be. Oh no! We are doing this again. Ow! What the? Who parked this motorcycle here? I gave the motorcycle a kick with no hesitation. There were 3 motorcycles lined up in a row. They all felt like dominoes. Is this sounding familiar to anyone else? It was beautiful, and it was so much fun. Oh, that's very odd. I feel like I've gone through this exact same experience before. Okay, so I'm not the only one. While blinking my eyes in an effort to recall that, some people grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley. I looked at these punks were the owners of these motorcycles. They started shouting at me. Oh, here we go again. This was really strange. I was having deja vu. The fuck, you bitch? What you think you're doing, huh? Come bash your head in, bitch. Grr. I'm gonna pay for what you did. That's right. It was when I met Satoshi-kun for the first time. He came to save me. If I'd pretended to cry again now, would he come to save me again? I made a wish, and I started pretending to cry and beg for mercy. At that time, I doubted my ears. Cut it out! Can't you see she's crying? He has a sprite! After 5 chapters, he is no longer a ghost! It was a boy about my age. So, this is Keiichi! I couldn't quite see his face because of the light illuminating him from behind. Satoshi-kun? Of course, it couldn't be him. It couldn't be. When I snapped out of my daydream, I realized that it wasn't Satoshi-kun after all. He looked less gracious than Satoshi-kun, so to speak. Yeah, look at that face. But he has a sprite now! He's no longer a ghost! Which is good, because he's actually going to be in the next arc a lot. If Satoshi-kun was pristine and untouched, then this guy would have scratches all over him. But although they were completely different, I got a similar impression from him somehow. Yeah, exactly. What the hell? What the fuck are ye? You wanna get hurt or what? You can say something. Stop bitch. Boy looked a bit taken aback. Well, I just thought you might want to let her go because she's crying, so... Huh? The fuck you think you're... What did you do? Wow. Hold on. I'm against violence. Ahaha. What was up with this guy? Welcome to Keiichi Mayabar. I felt ashamed that I mistook him for Satoshi-kun even for a second. He seemed cool at first, but he wasn't as cool as Satoshi-kun after all. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that your motorcycles were knocked down, but I hope you don't feel too bad about it. How can I make you feel better? Of course, we don't have any money on us, you know? Don't you got your money then? If you get your money, you gotta pay with your body. Oh no. This chick's got some real nice boobies. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, are you kidding me? Tighten my grip on the stun gun in my pocket. Then I turned up at the maximum intensity. Don't hold a grudge against me. And if you die, pervs. I'd love it when girls are bored. Oh no. Oh no. No. They indulge in their imagination, which routs their spirits. No. Hey now. Oh no. Your gross hands are groping the air. Are you gonna oh, nope. 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 Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't touch me with those filthy hands. Then in a flash of light cut through the air. Was that the boy? You stupid fox! Blows like thunderbolts knocked the punks down. So he was actually strong after all? Question mark? What the hell? You want some? Huh? You don't have a clue. Idiots. What? There's nothing arousing about stark nakedness. Leave her socks on at least. No matter what. This is an ironclad rule. Listen up, monkeys. What's the difference between Homo sapiens and other animals? That's right, humans wear clothes. Human beings without clothes are just animals. Oh no, he's got standards? If you get aroused only when girls completely naked, you're less than human. You might as well be animals. I'm gonna knock some sense into you. Or he could knock their socks off, that might be fun. Clench those teeth. What? Oh no, we got the censor part, rip! You mentioned a porn movie, didn't you? Let's say there's a cosplay sex video. The definition of cosplay, too broad. Let's lecture the subject as a different example of the spirit of Yamato Yankee. Prominent, okay, school uniforms, gym uniform, and school swimsuits with sailor style and blazers. Okay, we are getting a... Yeah. You're dropping your knowledge. Regular, I'm not reading this, but okay. Yeah, no, he's just like, this is my logic. This is my logic for no. And he's also just like, get out of here. Yeah, okay, Keiichi, you've been going for probably about 2 minutes now. And we're still here. Hopefully he has sent them skyward. At this point, I heard a bustle of people running this way. Maibara-san! I gathered some people! I saw several kids running towards us. Seemed like our backup had arrived. Aw, shit! Let's get out of here! Well, that was an interlude. The 3 punks had just been standing there agape, but they started running away when they saw that many people. You're awesome, Maibara-san. You had those punks transfixed all by yourself! One of them even had a nosebleed. You're so strong, Maibara-san. Yeah. Seems my... Oh, there we go. It seems my personal aura has grown more powerful. It's because you have a sprite now, Keiichi. The power of knowing what you look like actually really does help. If this keeps up, I'll soon even surpass even Coach's Made Heaven. Reality Marble. Anyways. Are you alright, Mion? The boy was apparently called Maibara. He turned around to face me. Oh, that must have been so much fun. When the game first came out and they were like, who is this? And then they see Maibara and they were like, wait, this is our protagonist? Even though he mistook me for Mion, he sounded like Satoshi-kun. Or, even the way he mistook me for Mion sounded like Satoshi-kun. But Satoshi-kun isn't a pervert like him. That you know of. I was anxious to see how you'd fight back, but... I guess these 3 guys were too many, huh? I don't believe it! Ah ha 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 ha! I was still confused. I couldn't grasp the situation. Who was this guy? Mion had friends like him? I was still spacing out in shock. So, I forgot to move. Until his hand touched my head. Well, you know. I'll forget that I saw you cry. So cheer up, okay? Rub, rub. The boy called Maibara stroked my head roughly. It didn't feel good. It hurt, actually. Up your head pat game. But still, his hands had the same warmth. Later on, Mion told me about him. He was called Keiichi Maibara. Kei-chan for short. He's 1 grade below us. Not only that, but he just moved to Hinamizawa. Thanks to his attitude and lack of manners, he'd already become an idol of their class. Mion joyously explained all of this. Sure, he sounded like a fun kid. I knew why Mion was into him. But Satoshi-kun's way cooler. He wasn't worth stealing from Sis. Or was he? My heart throbbed. I was excited. I felt like I'd gotten I felt like I'd gotten a new toy. I was curious to ask what kind of relationship Mion intended to build with him. I'd love to tease her about it. Thanks, Kei-chan. Let me buy you a drink. My uncle's restaurant is nearby, so why don't we just go there? Toshi-kun would refuse out of modesty. Ichimaru said, okay, within 2 seconds. Well then, I couldn't wait to tease the two of them. My boring life suddenly became bright again. Oh, hey, don't cling to my arm. Oh, don't you like it? Oh, well, I don't hate it. It's just that your breasts are touching me on. My breasts bother you? Hee hee hee. Ugh. Ichimaru was fun. Mion thought the same way I did. She always liked to talk about him. I was happy for her, it made me smile. I guess Kei-chan really is your favorite. Huh, sis? What's the most interesting thing about him? Let's see. To put it plainly, he's just funny. For example, just a couple of days ago in the club, Mion really liked him, but didn't seem to think it was love yet. Yeah, I think she would be a little bit slower on that uptake. She was reserved in that area, so that was really like her. As for me, well, I didn't hate him, but my feelings weren't the same as Mion's. Kei-chan was just too childish compared to Satoshi-kun. I wondered how Satoshi-kun was doing. Was he waiting for things to cool down somewhere far away? The case had already been solved, though. That dopehead was the murderer. There was no reason for him to wait anymore. I shook my head. I shouldn't think about it too much. Oh wait, I know. The case was confidential, so the arrest of the culprit hadn't been made public. So Satoshi-kun hadn't realized that he could come back. I knew he was a little thick-headed. Maybe he was waiting for things to calm down until the end of time. Yeah, maybe he would be waiting. But so, couldn't he give a call to Satoko at least? Yeah, that's the thing. He still hasn't called his sister. You should tell her he's living in a faraway place. But that he'd be coming home soon. That stupid Satoko. She'd been living with Rika Furude since Satoshi-kun went away. Nobody would pick up the phone even if he called. Stupid girl. Don't you want your big brother to come home? Of course she does! Given Satoshi-kun's personality, he wouldn't remember any phone numbers other than his own home number. So he wouldn't be able to contact anybody in Hinabazawa. Oh, Shion, your imagination runs wild with this boy. Maybe he's been calling Satoko every night. He keeps ringing, but nobody picks up. Yeah, in your mind, he is such a fail boy. Then he'd assume Satoko might be taking a bath or be in the restroom. He'd put a puzzled smile on while mumbling, like always. I imitated his voice without realizing it. After that, What? What's up? Did you say something, Shion? I laughed it off and urged Mion to continue. I realized that her tone had changed. I hadn't been listening to her because I was thinking about Satoshi-kun. I thought she was still happily talking about Kei-chan. But Mion sounded grim now. Her faint smile looked painful. Or pitiful. It was too late to ask what was going on. You missed it! So instead I concentrated on her story instead. After all that, Uncle gave everybody a doll as a thank you gift. Everybody except for me. Okay. Except for you. I wanted one too. But I couldn't say it in front of everybody. You still can't express your needs, huh? And then? Mion sniffled. I realized she was on the verge of tears. The cutest doll was in Kei-chan's bag. And you wanted the doll. It didn't matter which one. But although Kei-chan knew only I didn't get one, he didn't give it to me. He said the doll wouldn't fit me, and I should have been born as a boy in my next life. That's what he said. That was Keiichi's weak point. He might be fun and popular, but he wasn't mature. Not like Satoshi-kun. I wanted to start all over. I want to go back to when I just met him and start all over. I want him to treat me like a girl from the beginning. Don't take it too seriously. It'll be okay, because it's just who you want to start over with while he didn't even notice anything wrong. What? Oh, we're having a moment.
Cheer 100 Gen is kindest, cutest, sweetest, cutest tomato Soul knows.
Heck.
Soul loves the Gen very much. Hope Gen knows how she means to everyone. Cue the keyboard smashes from all the blushing.
Yeah. Correct. Let me find my tomato. Hold on. That definitely deserves a tomato. Thank you, Soul. I appreciate you. Must find tomat. Seriously, where is it? Gib my emotes. That's still frequently used. Yes, go back to over here. Ah, I need to get it in the queue. That's okay. Anyway. Let's just move that along. Well, thank you, Saul. Don't take it too seriously. It'll be okay, because it's just you who wants to start over while he didn't even notice anything wrong. It'll be harder if you guys fought over it or something. Can I start over? If you didn't cry in front of him, it's not too late. You can cry as much as you want now, and if you show him a different side of you from tomorrow on, you can still fix it. I'm sorry, Mion, he's an idiot. Okay. I'm amazed at how insensitive he is, but that's part of the impression you've been giving him so far. But part of that is the impression you've been giving him so far. If you change your attitude from tomorrow on, you can still change his mind. How do I change his attitude? How? If I tell you to act cute, you'd start going to school in frilly clothes. So don't think, and just be natural. But without overdoing it, pay attention to how you behave around him. And don't forget to be cautious of Rana. She's a bit of an airhead. Bit ahead of you so far. Kei-chan might prefer Rana at this point. Oh, it's true, Rana's really girly. She's cute and caring. That just means you can't slack off even for a moment, sis, because you've got a rival. Tears can attract men, but they don't anchor them. You should always be smiling, but cry when it really counts. That's how you typically do it. Maybe I should try that on Kei-chan myself. No, don't. He's the boy you like, so I guess it's natural that I like him too. How can I attract him? Hey, sis, why don't we have a competition over him? No, never. I'll kick you into orbit if you come near Hinamazawa. I'm happy for you, sis. It's not too late at all. It's important to know the distance between the boy you love and yourself and shift the way you appeal to him to compensate. Not the best advice, but okay. The boy I love is missing you now. I don't even know where he is. Or when he's coming back. Compared to that, you're very lucky. Mion was saying she'd do her best from tomorrow, with red, tearful eyes, but I sensed a deeply negative feeling emerging inside me. Nobody was blaming Mion for it, being happy with Keiichi. I wasn't envious. Lies. I wasn't jealous. Again, lies. I didn't want to hear her be blamed the same way I was blamed. It was just that there was no space for Satoshi-kun in Mion's mind anymore. Filled as it was with Kei-chan and her other friends now. It didn't matter to her if Satoshi-kun came back. It's really fascinating how much Shion just assumes so much about other characters. Or not. Just like how she didn't care if it was sunny or rainy tomorrow. What about me, then? Had I been thinking about Satoshi-kun all the time for the past year? I wasn't proud of my own answer. I'd become used to life without Satoshi-kun. His absence didn't hurt me anymore. I was getting used to life with Keiichi Maebara. And if I let my guard down, he might just fill up the space I'd been saving for Satoshi-kun. If she and Sonozaki had prayed harder for Satoshi-kun to return, he might have come home already. Where did Satoshi-kun go? Last year, right after his disappearance, I'd paid close attention to the information circulating the Sonozaki family and underground connections. I frequently went to the police station to check with Oishi for new information. Even with all that, I couldn't get any new leads on his whereabouts. I eventually became interested in Oyashiro-sama's curse, which surrounded Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I researched the dark history of the village. The more I looked into it, the less likely his survival seemed. I'd returned Mio-san's scrapbooks to her, and then I hadn't gone to the library since. I started a new life in a new school. I'd made new friends. And in the same way, as falling leaves cover the ground, I felt like I was losing sight of what was really important to me. It was already almost the end of spring. I said that summer was coming early and it'd be very hot this year. Normally it'd be at the rainy season now, but we'd had no rain at all. The Nagashi Festival was right around the corner. Oh no, here we go again! Part 2! It's been almost a year since Satoshi-kun went missing. In Hinamizawa, they don't allow you to talk openly about Oyashiro-sama's curse, or the series of mysterious deaths. So everybody acts like the murder of Satoshi-kun's aunt never happened. That's because Satoshi Hojo-kun was a member of the family of traders. He fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year running. He was demoned away. Everybody was trying to forget about his existence and erase his memories of him. Don't make him disappear because of the curse. Don't erase his existence. Satoshi-kun was living in Hinamizawa just a year ago. He went to school. He was an A student. We don't know that. He was a member of the Hinamizawa Fighters, who could never hit the ball when it really mattered. He was unreliable but pure. He was warm. Because of the curse, people made him disappear. They stopped mentioning his name, and acted like he never existed. A new resident like Keiichi Maebara wouldn't even know him. Seriously believe that Satoshi-kun had transferred out. I miss you, Satoshi-kun. I want to go shopping with you again. I want to be in a baseball game with you again, and get a cold drink afterwards. I want to tease you, and I want you to stroke my head again. Your hand was so warm. I felt as if my whole body was being caressed. Satoshi-kun. I haven't opened this notebook in a while. My feelings have been written down for over 150 pages. This notebook is likely a key to my heart. The other me who's been sleeping since last year is slowly waking up. Oh no! Oh no, SpaghettiOs! I'm quite amazed by your dirty deeds, Keiichi-san. He's a boy after all. Chi-chan, Keiichi-kun looks confused, Howl. Did you hear that, sis? We're not playing tug-of-war here. Are you trying to tear Keiichi-chan apart? I'm not playing tug-of-war. You're the one who's stretching him. So this is, we're in a reframing of Arc 2. Which was Mion's arc. Go back to Okonomiya, Shion. Okay, I will. Oops. I let go of Keiichi suddenly, so he and Sis flew off like a rubber band. Keiichi rolled on the ground while Sis was stuck in a bush head first. What lively people. See you, Kei-chan. Sis might assault me if I stick around any longer, so I'll get going. Oh, Shion. Thanks for today. Forget it. I didn't do much. See you, Shion. His hand landed on my head. Rub, rub, rub. He stroked my head pretty roughly, but the warmth reminded me. Excuse me, I'm going. See you later. Don't ever come here again. Rana, keep your eyes on her. Stoko set traps. Rika-chan, purify this area with salt. The warmth remained on the top of my head, felt ticklish and sore. I had to stop. I got off my moped and pushed that aching spot against a telephone pole. I'm sorry, Satoshi-kun, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never forget about you. I still remember you. I'm worthless without you. I can't stand life without you because it's gray and cold and boring. It's true. I never smiled because you weren't here. I can't. See you, Shion. This was also used as an image song, this little background piece. Shion had a lot of image songs, for a good reason. Keiichi's face appeared in my mind. I recalled the touch of his hand stroking my head. It wasn't warm. I wasn't happy. It was rough and painful. I hate that insensitive guy. He's too childish, rude, and cold. He's like a stray dog. I wasn't happy. It wasn't warm. I wasn't happy or overjoyed at all. No, Satoshi-kun. Wah. Satoshi-kun mumbled. He didn't know what to say in a situation like this. But he knew that he had better say something. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. So he just mumbled. I'm sorry, Shion. Why are you apologizing, Satoshi-kun? I'm the one who should apologize. Even though I said I'd wait for you, even though I believed in my heart wouldn't change. My heart is full of holes. They're leaking out from the small cracks in my heart, little by little. You're leaking out from me. Are you suffering because I'm here? Why? You're so precious to me. So don't say that. I've been here with you all this time. But I think I'm hurting you by continuing to exist. I don't want that. That's not true. No. Where have you been, Satoshi-kun? You weren't with me. Tell me where you are. What's the address? What's the postal code? What's the name of the city? What's the street number? Anything! Tell me! There isn't an address. I knew it. Telling me you've always been with me, always by my side. That's such a cliché. Which do you prefer, Shion? If I can give you strength, I'll stay by your side forever. But if you're suffering because of me, I'll disappear right away. Don't say that. I want to be with you, always. I want to be with you forever. Okay, I'll stay with you then. The car passed by. The noise snapped me out of my reverie. Ugh. The sky was turning orange. I should get home before it gets cold. I should go home to Okonomiya. You're with me, right? Are you with me right now, Satoshi-kun? I walked back to my moped. My feet sank into the grass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped when I reached my bike. But then I heard an extra footstep. I gasped. I feel somebody else's presence. I'm not stupid. Nobody else was around here. Nobody had suddenly appeared behind me. So I wasn't surprised to find nobody when I turned around. But he was definitely still there. Satoshi-kun? I couldn't see him, but he was there. He was there for me. Satoshi-kun never lies. He said he'd be with me all the time. Just been too insensitive to feel his existence until now. Satoshi-kun? Satoshi-kun? This is fine! A breeze tickled my hair. It felt cold, but to me there was nothing but warmth. It was nothing but the warmth of his hand. It took me a while to notice that my cheeks were wet with tears. Yeah, no, this is fine! Alright, let's finish up this chapter. I was too scared to sleep. If I were to sleep, I might not find Satoshi-kun there in the morning. So I kept talking to him until I passed out. Yeah, this is fine! I told him about what happened while he was missing. I told him that I realized how much I loved him after he went away. I'd searched for him looking into various different things. I'd gathered underground information through Kasai and bargained for police information with Oishi. But I couldn't find any leads. A long time passed, but I kept thinking about him. Etc., etc. I told him all the small details of my daily life. Places I wanted to go with him. Things I wanted to do with him. The food I wanted to share with him. And I told him a lot of things. I was sitting up at first. But I got tired, so I lay down. I got tired of moving my mouth, too, so I started talking to him in my mind. It was the happiest night I'd ever had. Oh, now she is gone. When I woke up, I didn't find Satoshi-kun by my side. I knew it somehow. I was afraid of it. That's why I didn't want to go to sleep. But at least I got to see him for one night. Just when I'd resigned myself to that, I felt Satoshi-kun's presence again. It wasn't a dream after all, I thanked God. And so I began my strange life with Satoshi-kun. As promised, Satoshi-kun was always by my side. Couldn't laugh, mumble, or stroke my head, but he was always with me. Always right by my side. He disappeared sometimes, but he'd come back when I looked for him. It seemed that all I could do was hear his footsteps. That's just the way it was. It was a bit sad, but I was still satisfied. His presence was really faint, so it was hard to sense him in a crowd. But he never left me. If he were tangible, I'd be taking his hand all the time so he wouldn't get lost. In contrast, I could feel him very strongly in a quiet environment. Of course, I couldn't tell his expressions were because he was just a presence. But after I got used to it, I could tell what he was thinking. At first, I could only tell if he was laughing or not. Okay, this is fascinating because, I don't think this was in any of the extra material. I don't think this was in the anime adaptation. I don't think this was in the manga. Eventually, I started to feel his emotions more strongly. I could communicate with him normally. I was usually alone with him, though. I didn't want to go to school or hang out with my friends anymore. Oh yeah, now this is fine. But Satoshi-kun got upset about that. He kept mumbling unhappily. Now that I knew he'd always be with me, I shouldn't just stay at home all the time. I was sticking to my time alone with him, however, because I was scared that he might suddenly disappear again and I wanted to make the most of the time I was sharing with him right now. I must have been worrying too excessively. Satoshi-kun would always be by my side. Yeah, that was his promise. He never breaks his promises. I was fine because he was there. Of course I couldn't tell anybody about him, not even Sis. I could try and explain it to them, but they'd never understand. But I was certain that he was with me. So, I'd be alright. Famous last words. I never get fed up with my life with him. He's really cute, you know? We'll always walk together, but when I stop, he always takes one extra step. It's so adorable, I love it. Okay, it has been 7 pages, and she has lost her mind. Shion-san, what are you going to do? What are you going to do on Wat Nagashi this year? I guess I'll have some fun at the festival. Maybe I'll tease Sis and her friends. Ahaha. I wanted to go to the festival with Satoshi-kun. I knew he'd like to see me having fun with everybody. He might even get jealous if I play with Kei-chan. But Satoshi-kun isn't very sensitive in that way. Satoshi-kun loved to see me and my friends have fun. I should have a lot of fun for his sake. Then I'd talk about the day with him later. How are you going How are you going to Hinamizawa? I can give you a ride if you want. I'm taking my moped, so you don't have to. That won't do. Aren't you going to the family party afterwards? I can't let you drive under the influence. He won't let me drive, but he's kind enough to let me drink. Alright, take me then. Good. Let's leave before nightfall. I'll come and pick you up around that time. After Kasai left, I sensed that Satoshi-kun was excited about going to the festival. On Nagashi, huh? So it's been almost a year since you went away. Satoshi-kun seemed confused. I bet you're going, right now, aren't you? Uh-huh. We laughed together. Welcome! Here's your net and bowl. Great! Wow, these fish are so active. They look delicious. I could eat this little one raw over here, huh? What are you saying, Mion-san? Mi-chan, you eat goldfish? Do you eat one did you eat the one I gave you last year too? Oh no, rip. No, I didn't say that. Sis shook her head hard and she turned red. But you just said it. You said they look delicious. I heard it too. Sis eats everything as long as it fits inside her mouth. If that's really good, I'll try it once. No, you can't, Rika-chan. You're going to get sick. Wait a minute. Hey, you. How long have you been here, Shion? Hi, Kei-chan, Sis, and everyone else. Good evening. When did you get here, Shion? I've been here since you were at the chow mein booth. I found you guys quickly since you were making such noise. Hey, you're not in our club. Get lost. Don't be mean, sis, right? Kei-chan? You're fine if I come with you guys, right? I took Kei-chan's arm and held it between my breasts. Puff puff. Really? We were going to have a ball. Rip. Good. Thank you, Rena. I'm actually gonna get up for a bit while the ad break's going. Hi, Yeet. Good to see you. I went around the booths with Sis and her friends. I joked around and laughed out loud. I teased Kei-chan and Sis too. Kei-chan was at the center of the group, so I did something to him. It naturally involved everybody else. It looked like Satoshi-kun was having a hard time finding his own spot in the crowd. When I glanced at him in a quiet moment, he smiled and told me to have fun without worrying about him. If he were tangible, I'd pull his arm to join the crowd. It made me sad that I couldn't do that. I bumped into somebody's shoulder. It was obviously my fault, so I apologized right away. As it turned out, it was somebody I knew. Oh no! Tomitake's here! Oh no! This can only go well! Oh! Looks like you're having fun. Good evening, Shion-chan. The moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it? Oh, it's been forever, Takano-san. And you were... Nice to meet you. I'm Tomitake. I'm going to die. I heard you were Mion-chan's twin sister. Nice to meet you too, Tomitake-san. I heard you were a great cameraman, and also expendable. Please take pictures of me someday. I'm just an amateur dreaming of going professional. Well, you're actually great, Jiro-san. You're good at many things. Hee hee. No, I need to study more. I have to have talent, so I have no talent, so I have to put it into a lot of effort to compensate. We must have been in a relationship. The two of them look so happy together. And see, that was another thing that was highly implied but never fully stated until like the last arc. But yeah, they're kind of a thing. Am I interrupting you? Oh no, I appreciate your consideration, but you're not interrupting us at all. And you can call me Mio like before. Not Takano-san. It's a bit hard for me to call somebody older than me by their first name. Well, never mind. I smiled baffledly, and Takano-san smiled back elegantly. I haven't seen you in the library since. I wanted to talk to you more as a fellow researcher. When I feel like it. A fellow researcher, are you interested in it too, Shion-chan? I mean, in the legend of this village. Tomitake raised his eyebrows. As far as I know, Takano-san's hobby wasn't exactly normal. On the surface, her research dealt with the cultural history of ancient Hinamizawa, but the main focus was the Watanagashi festival from ancient times. Cannibal banquet from which they captured and gutted a live sacrifice. Her research covered various stories surrounding that, and other legends of cruelty, and it was nothing if not gory. Told you it might get gory. That was where her main interest lay. So I didn't feel comfortable being called a fellow researcher, to be honest. But objectively speaking, her research notes were fun to read. It was then that I heard loud booms of the taiko drums. The main event of the Watanagashi festival, the dedication dance, was about to start. According to Takano-san's hypothesis, part of the dance when the shrine maidens tear open a futon mat represents guts of a living victim. It's starting. I should head over. Are you guys coming to see Rika-chan's performance? Ha ha ha. Tomitake-san looked bewildered. Did you mean he wasn't coming? Takano-san giggled and whispered in my ear. Tell you the truth. We're thinking of sneaking into the ritual storehouse. She made it sound like she was going to do something fun. But it wouldn't be amusing to anyone who knew what the ritual storehouse was. The ritual storehouse, or the storehouse for ritual implements, was the sort of treasure house belonging to the Furude Shrine. I'd heard that Oyashiro-sama's sacred treasures were stored in there. Only people from the Furude family and select members of the two other families are allowed to enter. They believed that if other people entered, the place would be desecrated. Everybody in Hinamizawa must be curious about what's in there when they were kids. But the storehouse was always tightly locked. You couldn't just peek into it either. Kids would get chided if they played around it, so they learned to stay away. I didn't like being around it myself since I was familiar with all that. Even though I didn't believe in curses, I still didn't want to be near it. Nothing good can come from breaking the rules. Were they still going to enter the ritual storehouse despite all that? I'm pretty sure it's tightly locked. It wasn't until last year. Meakashi had the heavy bolt changed to a cheap padlock. Because the bolt was too heavy for her to lift. Did you know that? No. But even if it's cheap, it's still locked, isn't it? Your son is very skilled. Oh, are you good at lockpicking? Once the Watanashi ritual starts, everybody will gather around the stage, right? Then the area around the storehouse will be completely devoid of people. Tonight, this place will be a blind spot. Can't you see the forest for the trees, I suppose? According to her hypothesis, the ancient tools used for human desecration and torture would be found in the ritual storehouse. Because this went so well in Arc 2. Why don't you join us for a bit? It's now or never. Hee hee hee. So maybe I'll see you then? Yano-san, what are you telling her? Just girl talk. Let's go get to some dark place for a quick date. Hee hee. Huh? Ha 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 ha. Kano-san walked against the flow of the crowd alongside Tomitake-san. The ritual storehouse, huh? It was supposed to be filled with torture tools. Considering what they had in the underground torture room at the Sonozaki house, that's quite possible. Toshi-kun fell victim to the curse in the 4th year. His aunt died. His aunt's death was a signal of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Satoshi-kun was a sacrifice to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. That was what Takano-san said last year. It's just her hypothesis. At present, I wanted her to deny her hypothesis because I wanted to believe that Satoshi-kun was still alive. If her hypothesis was correct, either some religious fanatic or somebody from the 3 families must be imitating the curse in order to revive the ancient customs of Onigafuchi. That would mean that it was them who killed Satoshi-kun. So what if the ritual storehouse was filled with garbage instead of torture implements? Maybe it was filled with broken palanquins or freshly painted signboards for the festival. What then? It wasn't really hard for me to believe. It was filled with chemical smell of paint. Maybe I'd get to deny the hypothesis that Satoshi-kun had been sacrificed by seeing the inside of the ritual storehouse for myself. Okay, that makes her motivation much clearer for why she wants to go inside. Whatever was in there, it didn't mean that Satoshi-kun would come back. What should I do, Satoshi-kun? Since most people went to see Rika-chan's ritual dance, the festival grounds were deadly quiet. Even so, I couldn't sense Satoshi-kun there. Did he go somewhere? Or was I not paying enough attention? Or maybe he wasn't feeling any emotion in particular. After thinking for a while, I decided to go with them. It had been almost a year since Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I'd been avoiding the truth because I was afraid he might be dead. But now, I had a chance. I had a chance to see the inside of the ritual storehouse. I felt as though something divine had arranged that coincidence. On my way to the storehouse, I noticed Keiichi. He was jumping up and down, trying to see Rika-chan's dedication dance over people's shoulders. If I took him along, we could split the guilt. Oyashiro-sama might put a curse on me for entering his divine storehouse. I wanted a partner in crime. Since the boy I loved disappeared last year because of the curse, maybe Beyond's love should disappear this year. Okay, yeah, this is much more clear. Well, what am I thinking? That must have been the demon inside me. I shook the thought from my head. But did you, though? What's going on, Shion? Where's the best place to see Rika-chan's dance from here? Is it far? Huh? I never said I was going to show you that. We made it to the ritual storehouse. Keiichi was baffled by the whole situation, to the surprise of no one. Our timing had been perfect. I could see Tomitake-san picking the lock. Even though Keiichi must have been curious, he insisted that we shouldn't go in. But I talked him into it anyway. He was quick to change his mind when Tomitaka-san joined in. It was completely dark inside, so Takano-san lit a battery-powered lantern. A small entry space appeared before us. It's so dark in here. Take care not to trip over anything. I appreciate the concern. Okay, doorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now. Takano-san closed the door with a smile, as if leaving Tomitaka-san out on purpose. Like I said, he's expendable! Man. Alright, everyone, have fun. As soon as the heavy door was closed, we were surrounded by a quiet darkness. All we could rely on was Takano-san's lantern. It'll be fine. It's just an outdoor lantern with a backup battery inside. It won't go out or anything. Takano-san teased Keiichi a little. Keiichi in return looked a little pale. He seemed to be able to recognize the sanctity of the building even though he wasn't from Hinamizawa. Let's go in. Here we go. There. After Takano-san opened the heavy inner door, a dusty, foul smell flowed out. It was like the smell of a pantry that hadn't been opened in years and the smell of a fish market mixed together. I didn't know how exactly to describe it, but it was a bad smell. From listening to the echo of our footsteps, I could tell that this room was much bigger than the one we were just in. When Takano-san raised her lantern, I could clearly see how big it was. Wow! At the far side of the wall, there was a statue of some kind of a god staring down at us intruders. The way it was lit by the lantern gave a powerful appearance, and it scared me. That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama. I looked up at the statue, which was holding its religious ornaments. Satoshi-kun's disappearance really was a curse. I couldn't forgive this god. I found myself irritated by the way the statue looked down at me. Damn you, Oyashiro-sama. If you really made Satoshi-kun disappear, I'll never forgive you. Never. Keiichi didn't seem to understand the significance of the storehouse. He looked bored. Bana-san noticed and took out her scrapbook and showed him the brutal story of the ancient Hinamizawa, and ruined everything because now you scared the boy. I'd heard that story already, so I decided to walk around by myself. Since I knew the significance of all these tools, I felt a little nauseated. Though they certainly wouldn't jump out at me, I still found them intimidating. They looked as if they were still craving for fresh blood, and not after not having been used in hundreds of years. All the tools looked similar to the ones I saw in the underground torture room in the Sonozaki main house. If those tools were the progenies of torture implements, these would be their ancestors. All the implements here looked old. I doubted they could really be used. They were kept maintained like some of the ones at the Sonozaki house. They weren't kept maintained like some of the ones at the Sonozaki house. So did that mean they shouldn't scare me? No, on the contrary. They told me the cruel rituals were indeed performed in this village at one point. Now that I found scary. What Takano-san told me was the truth. When I stopped, Satoshi-kun also stopped behind me, one step later. I felt no emotional change in Satoshi-kun. I couldn't tell if he was feeling something or not. I knew he was already there. He was there, but I had no idea how he was feeling. I felt scared of him, for the first time. If he could answer me, I'd want to ask him. Who demoned you away? Are you listening? Satoshi-kun? I couldn't tell if he heard me or not. He left, as if he didn't hear anything. I could tell that he'd been sulky ever since we got here. I suddenly felt lonely, so I looked for him while walking around. I realized then that there was an altar in front of the statue. He might be there. It was a clean altar, an altar ornamented with religious artifacts. It was kept well maintained. I saw no dust. That would mean, well, the flowers in the vase weren't wilting. I saw a pretty handkerchief under the vase. It looked out of place amongst everything else. I was fairly certain it was Rika Furude's handkerchief. That would mean this storehouse is maintained daily. So they're probably going to notice if you're walking around in here. It wasn't a forgotten ruin buried in dust. So the brutality that dwelled in this ritual storehouse is still alive and well in Hinamizawa. That's right. Something as ambiguous as Oyashiro-sama's curse is nothing more than the simple delusion of the villagers. As Takano-san said, everything that happens in this world is done by humans. I'd accused Oyashiro-sama of demoning away Satoshi-kun. But Oyashiro-sama was just a statue made of bronze or wood. It's nothing but an icon. There are, however, human beings who would try to make that icon seem real. A series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is a result of human action. It shouldn't be called Oyashiro-sama's curse. If Satoshi-kun was the fourth year's victim, then he was victimized by humans, by a human being who just was acting out the part of the curse. The person who demoned away Satoshi-kun must not be very far from me. The truth behind Satoshi-kun's disappearance was not so far from my grasp. Thump. I was startled by the sound that sounded like somebody had dropped something. I looked over at Takano-san and Keiichi. Takano-san was still lecturing him? Did she drop her scrapbook or something? Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from right behind me, not from them. I never heard Satoshi-kun do that. It sounded like somebody was stomping on the floor in frustration. What is it? Thump, thump, thump. The sound continued, ignoring my question. Though I heard it right nearby, it sounded as though a child was hopping on a wooden floor somewhere distant. What's wrong, Satoshi-kun? Are you angry about something? I couldn't read his expressions. I thought he was mad, but I didn't sense any emotion from him at all. Was he mad that I touched the altar? Maybe you weren't supposed to do that. Thump, thump, thump. It's not that I hadn't been able to communicate with Satoshi-kun in a concrete way. I just talked to him. I was never expecting him to react like that. I didn't sense willingness to communicate from this creepy sound. The chill ran up my spine. I felt as if all my pores were opening. By thinking that it was Satoshi-kun stomping on the floor. Hey, you. You're Satoshi-kun, aren't you? The sound stopped. When I asked that, it wasn't a yes or no, just silence. Satoshi-kun wouldn't scare me like that. I realized suddenly that that sound hadn't come from Satoshi-kun. A cold shiver shot through my feet and I sprung a step backwards. The sound had come from right there. Even though I jumped back, it was still a few meters away. Satoshi-kun would sometimes let me hear his footsteps when I walked. But if that wasn't Satoshi-kun, then there was no guarantee I'd hear his footsteps. Oh, will do, thank you, Soul. So that invisible being could already be right in front of my eyes. I just wouldn't see it? I forgot everything and ran, straining my eyes as much as possible for any sound. My ears as much as possible for any sound, listening for any footsteps pursuing me. I ran right into Keiichi and clung to him timidly, turning back to look. The dimly lit area before the altar was quiet, like nothing happened. But seeing that chilling dark stillness, I realized just in that space made me even more frightened now. What's up, Shion? Did you get scared? Keiichi made fun of me. Even though he'd looked horrified just a little while ago, he didn't look satisfied to see me scared, too. I know girls tend to get freaked out by haunted houses. Well, I don't mind it. Anyway, let's go. Before Takano-san leaves us behind, I pretended to be fine, but I wasn't so sure that I was able to hide my fear entirely. The footsteps were chasing me. They were outside the illumination of the lantern, and as if they couldn't go into the light, the presence never left us, however. It followed us like a fourth member of the party. Sometimes it made stomping sounds as if it was wanting some recognition. But neither Takano-san nor Keiichi seemed to notice it. It was possible for Takano-san to be ignoring it, but Keiichi would never ignore it. If he could hear it, he would have said something. Wrong arc. So, just like with Satoshi-kun. Only I could hear it. What was this thing that was making me so scared? Was Satoshi-kun in a bad mood? Or was it possible that the presence I believed to be Satoshi-kun might not have been him at all? Thump. 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 What are you so upset about, Satoshi-kun? Tell me if I did something wrong, I'll apologize. Thump, thump. Thump! If you weren't Satoshi-kun, then where did he go? Why did you take his place? Thump. Thump. I was not expecting this flashing. I'm so sorry if anybody has eye sensitivities. Shion, are you alright? Huh? I'm fine. You look pale, though. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't stretch my clothes too much. Oh, sorry. Oh, am I interrupting you two? Hee hee hee. I decided to engage in a conversation to help myself ignore the sound from behind. I didn't hear the sound as much, it became a bit more distant. Yeah, I shouldn't pay any attention to it. Wouldn't bother me if I didn't hear it. Basically, la 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 la. I should just ignore the noise. Nano-san, you're researching whether or not those customs survived into the present. You are, right? Thump, thump. What I'm about to tell you is a secret, alright? I told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. Things are alright. I could be ganged up on and punished. She smiled at me like a witch. Thump, thump. Maebara-kun, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oyashiro-sama's curse and be made into a sacrifice. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. The sacrifice. Then will I be thrown into the Onagafuchi swamp while still alive? And if that's tonight, and it is tonight, the night of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It certainly is. If the curse strikes for a fifth time, it's happening tonight. Thump, thump, thump. Takano-san pulled out an old scrapbook from her paper bag and started turning the pages. She opened it to a page with one article. It was the article about the brutal murder of the Nagashi victim that happened in the Meiji era. This is a story that actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, and the victim of the murder of the Onagafuchi village. Oh, thumping. We're thumping. Never before had there been a corpse treated with such cruelty, inhumanity. Thumpity thump. Hey, you guys seriously don't hear that? It's freaking loud. How can you not hear it? It's freaking noisy. Cut it out already. And the next moment we all heard a squeaking noise. We turned around in surprise. It was just Tomitake-san opening the door. Ha ha ha, did I startle you? Oh, Jiro-san, could you not resist seeing inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices. I'll pass on that. Ah ha ha ha. I'm bad with this sort of thing by nature. Takano-san laughed as if making fun of Tomitake-san for being such a scaredy cat. In any case, the dance and the ceremony are over and everyone's going down to the river. The festival as a whole will be over within minutes. Time will be up. I never expect Tomitake-san to save me from this nightmare. This face suddenly looked heroic. Oh? Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. I agree. Let's leave. I went back to the entry room and turned around. Kana-san was taking photos in a mad rush, though our time was up. I didn't hear that sound anymore. I didn't feel that presence. I didn't feel Satoshi-kun either. But somehow, I wasn't too sad about it. Even if you followed me out here, I wouldn't be able to tell if it was really him, or somebody else. Thank you, Nero. Hi, Nero! Okay, more pages of the diary. I hope you're doing well. I am just about to wrap up. Even though, once I finish these tips, because I have actually read about 4 chapters, I think, which is still going about a chapter an hour. That underground torture room is officially called the Underground Ritual Storehouse. So, do torture room and ritual storehouse mean the same thing? No. According to Takano-san's theory, bloody rituals, including the Watanagashi, have been passed down among the three families even after the Meiji era. Among the rituals are always ready to be performed. The form of worship always involved around torture. Really? So Hinamizawa's history is involved in a great deal of human slaughter. Takano-san's theory is correct. The underground storehouse at the Sonozaki house looks well maintained. Takano-san is right about that too. Since the Sonozaki family and the Furude family both have ritual storehouses, the Kimiyoshi family must have one too. After all, these ancient and brutal customs are still handed down through the generations. I should remain armed with the knowledge that the occult events are still being secretly performed in this cursed village. The sanctity of the ritual storehouse is one of the most prominent elements of the worship of Oyashiro-sama. Okay, ad break. Gonna take a little sip. Of course, once I start again, the ad break's gonna start. Anyway. Of course I knew that, since I'm originally from Hinamizawa. But violating that sanctity is actually a more serious problem than I thought. Takano-san's research shows that the history of the ritual storehouse goes way back. Oh, there it is. Actually, while that's going on, I'll order some food. Let's do that. Or, actually, unless... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There we go. I won't. Never mind. Okay. Looks like we're back. Okay. So, history of the storehouse goes way back. The ritual implements within have long been viewed as inviolable objects, which is why it's strictly forbidden to enter. Takano-san's theory says that the Watanagashi was once a public execution performed to stabilize the reign of the three families, rather than a purely religious ritual. If so, the ritual should hardly be called sacred. Under those circumstances, the implements should have been despised as symbols of hatred and fear. When the instruments of fear are too visible, that only creates a sign of terror, or reign of terror, but keeping them as hidden as possible, and they gain divinity. When he said they would become tainted if the layman touched them. The only reason for that was to preserve their false prestige through secrecy, since they would lose their sanctity if they were revealed before the common folk. In other words, the true identity of the ritual storehouse sacredness was fear. That was the true emotion ruling over this village. I mean, you're not wrong. Alright. Last page. The reason why Takano-san and Tomitaka-san were cursed is because they broke into a ritual storehouse. So yeah, if you were not here for Arc 2, they are the next, as per usual, they are the next victims of Year 5. I don't know how the village found out about it. Maybe somebody was watching. Maybe there was an anti-theft alarm. Either way, our intrusion must have been reported to the highest level of the curse system. That's because considering the distance between the village and the site where Takano-san's body was found, she must have been killed right after we came out of the ritual storehouse. It was done very quickly. It's possible that the special assassination team exists for this purpose, or that the plan had been set up a long time ago. They might have been secret agents from the Sonozaki family, but the latter sounds more valid. If so, who would have been the victim if nobody had broken into the ritual storehouse? Dun dun dun. Let's save. So yeah, end of chapter 9. Which tells me I've probably got a few more to go, and they're gonna get intense, because I remember how this goes. It does not end well. Depending on how much you remember from Arc 2. Oh boy. Anyway, gonna be ending now. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate all who decided to hang out with me for nearly 5 hours. So let's see who we can raid. Okay, so let's see who is going. Hmm. You know, I haven't rated Shuji in a while. They're playing Lethal Company, so I think I'll do that. But first, hi Liv! Well, thank you all for coming. So I should have it. So here's the raid message if you're subbed. And now there should be a one if you're not subbed. Hooray! That actually worked. If you want, Soul. Okay, so we're gonna raid Shuji. Have fun! Bye, everybody.